Chapter 469. Roar. A deep roar came from afar. On top of a mountain, a 300-meter-long, 200-meter-tall, flaming lion roared into the sky. The entire forest quieted down. It was a beast king in this area. It was abnormally powerful and emitted a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. Now that the beast king had appeared, it was time to hunt. All the beasts carefully hid, not daring to appear at this time. Whoosh! A figure swept over from afar. It was the injured Lin Feng. He rushed into the depths of the forest. Lin Feng tried his best to conceal his aura, trying not to be discovered by the Beast King. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't stay in the outer area any longer. Sooner or later, he would be discovered by the cultivator of the Hellion clan at the top of the Huangqi layer. If he was discovered in his current state, he would die without a doubt. Of course, Lin Feng was also worried. He thought of the middle-aged cultivator he had caught a glimpse of the other day. He was filled with killing intent. That was an Yin-Yang realm powerhouse. Was it a powerhouse from the Hellion family? Or was it a powerhouse from the Nalan family? Or perhaps he was mistaken? That killing intent was not directed at him at all? Was it directed at that *TCH Rulin? That person did not appear again. However, Lin Feng had always been cautious and was still on guard against that existence. That fellow's threat was much greater than the Hellion family's men of sacrifice. That was an Yin-Yang realm powerhouse. Lin Feng knew very well how terrifying and powerful a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse was. Roar, roar. The earth-shattering roar resounded through the forest. The Beast King's aura filled the air. Even Lin Feng did not dare to move around carelessly. He hid himself deep in the darkness. He was worried that he would be discovered by the flaming lion if he moved around. Finally, the flaming lion soared into the sky and flew into the distance. It was probably looking for food. Lin Feng opened up a cave in a valley not far from the flaming lion's lair. Then he set up a few concealment and illusory formations. He blocked the entrance with a large rock before entering the cave. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Those death warriors of the Hellion clan probably didn't think that he would hide next to the Beast King's Scarlet Flame Lion's lair to recuperate, right? Even if they thought that he had escaped to the Beast King's Scarlet Flame Lion's lair with their strength, would they dare to come in and search for him if they encountered the Beast King's Scarlet Flame Lion? Only death awaited them. Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art to heal his injuries. Waves of dragonesque elephant force began to flow within his body. His body quickly recovered. In the outskirts of the forest, swish, 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 one figure after another flew towards the battlefield. Looking at the dozens of forest giant wolves eating the corpses, the leader of the men of sacrifice looked extremely gloomy. "Are you the only ones left?" The leader of the men of sacrifice asked with a gloomy expression. He had just sent out a call. Now, besides him, there was a 7th Heaven Marshal King Realm cultivator and 2 4th Heaven Marshal King Realm cultivators. The rest did not come. Obviously, they were all dead. The 3 men of sacrifice lowered their heads. They looked incomparably unsightly. They had never thought that killing a severely injured person would cost them so much. Said the leader of the men of sacrifice gloomily, "It seems that the little boy has more powerful treasures than I thought." Even now, the leader of the men of sacrifice still thought that Lin Feng was so strong because of the treasures on his body, not because of Lin Feng's strength. After all, he was only at the 7th Heaven Marshal King realm. How much fighting strength could he have? "Master, what should we do next?" asked the man of sacrifice who was at the 7th Heaven Marshal King realm. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked into the distance, and said, "That little boy must be hiding in the Beast King realm." The Beast King realm is very sensitive to its territory. If anyone dares to enter the Beast King realm carelessly, the Beast King realm will attack them, unless they can avoid the Beast King realm's detection. Like this, we'll guard the exits of the Beast King realm's territory. When that little boy comes out, we'll immediately send out a call. "Yes," replied the 3 men of sacrifice. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after, the 3 men of sacrifice followed the leader of the men of sacrifice to the core of the Beast King realm's territory. They didn't enter the core of the Beast King realm. Instead, they spread out and waited for Lin Feng to appear. "Finally, I'm much better." Lin Feng opened his eyes and felt his body's condition. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Even though his body hadn't fully recovered, he had recovered 80 to 90%. The wound on his back had also healed. Lin Feng opened the restrictive spells and sensed that the Beast King realm's scarlet flame, lion, hadn't returned yet. He felt that it was time to leave. He shouldn't delay any longer. If he waited until the Beast King realm's scarlet flame lion returned, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Swoosh! Lin Feng flew outside. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Even though it was dark around him and visibility was extremely low, Lin Feng noticed that there was a faint fluctuation in the air. Fluctuation of godly consciousness. He frowned. It had to be a cultivator's fluctuation of godly consciousness. Someone was using godly consciousness to scan the area. Lin Feng quickly dodged the godly consciousness. His mind was racing. Lin Feng was sure that it was the men of sacrifice. He recalled the scene when he had first encountered the men of sacrifice. Apart from the leader of the men of sacrifice, there were 2 men of sacrifice of the 7th celestial layer, 2 men of sacrifice of the 5th celestial layer, and 2 men of sacrifice of the 4th celestial layer. Now, 1 man of sacrifice in the 7th heaven of the Martial King realm, 2 men of sacrifice in the 5th heaven of the Martial King realm, and 5 men of sacrifice in the 4th heaven of the Martial King realm had been killed by him. Now, there were only 4 men of sacrifice in the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm, 1 man of sacrifice in the 7th heaven of the Martial King realm, and 2 men of sacrifice in the 4th heaven of the Martial King realm. Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but look cold. Since those people were using godly consciousness to search for him, he didn't mind getting rid of them silently. Whoosh! Lin Feng used the Dark Escape skill and disappeared silently. This Dark Escape skill was very magical. It directly avoided the detection of the men of sacrifice's godly consciousness. He locked onto a man of sacrifice of the 4th celestial layer, Martial King realm. The man of sacrifice was hiding in a big tree with his back against it. This was to prevent a sneak attack from behind. At this moment, the man of sacrifice of the 4th celestial layer, Martial King realm, looked around cautiously. Waves of godly consciousness spread out in all directions with him as the center. Lin Feng hid himself deeply. This was not the time to assassinate this man of sacrifice, because once his real body appeared, he would definitely be detected by the man of sacrifice's godly consciousness. The best time to kill this man of sacrifice was when he was tired. Lin Feng was like the most experienced assassin, waiting for the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 470. Damn it, where is that brat hiding? An hour later, the man of sacrifice at the 4th heaven of the Martial King realm cursed. He had been searching with his divine sense for an hour without finding anything, so he was starting to feel tired. His companion shouted from afar, "Shui Lao San, did you find anything?" "Nothing. That brat is probably still hiding in the depths of the Beast King's territory. He might even have been eaten by the Scarlet Flame Lion." The cultivator called Shui Lao San curled his lips. "That brat won't die so easily. Rest for a while, and continue searching with your divine sense." We can't let that brat escape. The other person spoke again. Got it. The death warrior called Shue Laosen replied. He leaned against a tree and sat down to rest. He glanced at the pitch-black depths of the forest and frowned. He took out a bottle of wine and drank it. It was normal for cultivators to drink wine. Most of them drank it like water because the alcohol content of the Tianmu continent's wine was very low. My chance is here. Lin Feng, who had been hiding in the darkness, suddenly felt his eyes light up. This was the moment when Shue Lao San was the most relaxed. This was the best time to assassinate him. Whoosh! Lin Feng silently disappeared. Buzz! Suddenly, a cold light descended from the sky, heading straight for him. Shue Lao San, who had been resting lazily on a tree, suddenly had a change in expression. When he saw who the sword-wielding man was, his face was filled with extreme shock. It was the person they had been chasing. He had actually recovered and avoided their divine sense to silently sneak over. Shue Lao San was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He wanted to shout and inform the others. But before Shue Lao San could open his mouth, Shue Lao San felt a pain in his head, and he could no longer speak. Am I going to die just like that? Shue Lao San's last thought flashed through his mind before he died. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath. Killing Shue Lao San had been very dangerous, but at least he had succeeded. Whoosh! Lin Feng did not stop. He quickly left and rushed towards the second cultivator in the fourth heaven of the Martial King realm. This cultivator was also in a state of rest. This was a good opportunity for Lin Feng to assassinate this person. This cultivator's position was more suitable for assassination because he was sitting cross-legged on top of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. There was nothing to cover his surroundings. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. This person actually chose such a place. Was it because he was confident in himself, or was he looking down on him? However, such a place was more suitable for him to assassinate this person. The man of sacrifice was sitting with his legs crossed. He had rested enough and was about to search with his divine sense. But at this moment, the death warrior felt a cold and gloomy aura enveloping his entire body. However, his reaction was already extremely fast. When Lin Feng released his killing intent, he had already sensed the approaching danger. However, it was already too late for him to react. Pooh! In the next moment, a long sword pierced through his chest. This death warrior was also stabbed to death by Lin Feng. Two more. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The last two people were also the two strongest. One was at the 7th heaven of the Martial King realm, and the other was at the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. Looking at the corpse of the death warrior, Lin Feng thought of a wonderful idea. He found a set of night clothes in the death warrior's interspatial ring. Lin Feng put on the night clothes and covered his face. He quickly headed towards the 7th heaven Martial King, realm man of sacrifice. This 7th heaven Martial King, realm death warrior sat cross-legged in front of a cliff, blocking the possibility of someone sneaking up on him from behind. This person's vigilance was obviously extremely high. When he saw Lin Feng rushing over, he stood up. Sir, I found a treasure here. Lin Feng imitated third brother Shue's voice. The 7th heaven Martial King realm expert asked, What is it? Why did you leave your post and come here without permission? Although there was a hint of blame in his tone, Lin Feng knew that the death warrior's eyes were shining. He was already interested in the fake treasure. Sir, take a look and you'll know. Lin Feng walked over. Because the sky was dark and Lin Feng was wearing night clothes, plus he imitated third brother Shue's voice, the 7th heaven Martial King realm cultivator did not recognize that Lin Feng was a fake. Lin Feng lowered his head and came in front of the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator. No, you're not third brother Shui, you're a fake. Suddenly, the seventh heaven martial king realm cultivator shouted angrily, raised his hand, and attacked Lin Feng. 1,000 meters away, the leader of the Death Warriors also heard the commotion, and his expression changed slightly. That kid must have appeared. Whoosh! The leader of the Men of Sacrifice jumped up and rushed toward the Men of Sacrifice in the seventh heaven of the Martial King realm. At the same time, the seventh heaven Martial King realm cultivator had finished preparing his attack. However, Lin Feng had already made the first move. He used his strongest attack. A saber light pierced through heaven and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, and instantly slashed toward the seventh heaven Martial King realm cultivator. This was a saber light that contained a saber spirit, and its power was unimaginably terrifying. The saber light rushed over, emitting a shocking fluctuation, and instantly drowned the seventh heaven Martial King realm cultivator. If this person had used all his strength to protect his body and a defensive magic treasure, he might have been able to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng did not give him enough time to deal with this. Lin Feng's attack was very sudden. No, the Man of Sacrifice in the seventh heaven of the Martial King realm let out a terrified cry. Puff! In the next moment, he was directly cut in half by the dazzling saber light. Boy, you're courting death. The leader of the Death Warriors had already rushed over, but as soon as he arrived, he saw the scene of his subordinate being killed by Lin Feng. He roared and pulled out his long saber. Clang! The long saber moved, and a murderous aura spread out. 36 saber lights directly slashed toward Lin Feng. What a terrifying saber technique! Lin Feng was shocked. The cultivation of the leader of the Death Warriors was really terrifying. Lin Feng felt an indomitable domineering aura from the 36 saber lights. Saber techniques were one of the most domineering attacks, crushing everything with absolute power. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and held it horizontally in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. 36 consecutive saber lights fiercely bombarded the black dragon sword, and Lin Feng was sent flying. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body hit a mountain. The whole mountain collapsed, burying Lin Feng in the ruins. Chapter 471. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. A cultivator at the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm was really powerful. This blow almost took away Lin Feng's life. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely dignified. Bang! Rubble flew through the air. The next moment, Lin Feng jumped out of the ruins. Boy, 11 people. You killed 11 of our Men of Sacrifice. You deserve to die. The leader of the Men of Sacrifice looked at Lin Feng with gloomy eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Judging from your tone, you should be a direct descendant of the Hellion clan, right? Your life is precious, and it is not comparable to these Men of Sacrifice. Why don't you leave? I will spare your life." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the leader of the Men of Sacrifice's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. This boy dared to say that he would spare his life? Didn't he know the situation he was facing now? Did this boy think that he could kill an expert at the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm who had condensed a saber spirit with a powerful magic weapon? How stupid he was. The leader of the Men of Sacrifice looked at Lin Feng with contempt and coldness and said, "Boy, you are about to die, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. This is really an eye-opener for me. I won't kill you directly later. I will first find out your secrets, and then I will torture you severely. I will let you have a taste of what it is like to live a life worse than death." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the Men of Sacrifice jumped out, raised his right hand, and blasted toward Lin Feng. The blow with a violent sound of breaking the air, contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth and blasted down in an instant. Sky-dominating thunder technique. Lin Feng growled and ran the sky-dominating thunder technique. A thunderball condensed in his hand. Lin Feng was not afraid and rushed toward the leader of the men of sacrifice. Bang! With an earth-shaking bang, Lin Feng and the leader of the men of sacrifice fiercely collided. Under the attack of the Death Warrior leader, the lightning ball condensed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder secret art was broken. Lin Feng was sent flying by the Death Warrior leader's attack. The Sky Tyrant Lightning art was powerful enough. However, the cultivation level of this Death Warrior leader was too high. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked indifferent. He quickly dashed towards Lin Feng and raised his right hand again to attack. The leader of the men of sacrifice was very experienced in fighting with enemies. After the successful attack, he didn't stop and continued to attack Lin Feng. He didn't want to give Lin Feng a chance to fight back. This attack was even more powerful. Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Just as the Death Warrior leader's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, a pair of golden energy wings appeared on Lin Feng's back. The wings suddenly flapped. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng quickly retreated dozens of meters and dodged the attack of the leader of the men of sacrifice. He floated in midair and panted violently. Although they had only exchanged a few blows, the energy and strength required to fight with such an expert was far more than that of an ordinary person. It was a huge consumption on one's body, especially on one's mental strength. When one's mental strength was sufficient, one would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, when one's mental strength was exhausted, one's body would also feel extremely tired. Fighting with an expert would undoubtedly consume a lot of mental strength, causing one's body to feel fatigued. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but do you think you can escape from me like this? You're wrong. Today, I'll show you my ancient divine power, Blood Sea Fist Skill. Along with his voice, the leader of the men of sacrifice began to perform the Blood Sea Fist Skill. He swung his right fist and attacked Lin Feng. Buzz. Following that, endless blood-red light gushed out from his body. The man's dantian had turned into a blood-red ocean, god of the blood sea. A deep roar came from the sea, and a mysterious man in a blood robe walked out of the sea. It was the god of the blood sea that was manifested by his martial soul. The crimson figure instantly merged with the leader of the men of sacrifice. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the leader of the men of sacrifice's body. His body had actually swelled up by a full size. It was so shocking that it was hard to believe. With the perfect fusion of the god of the blood sea and the leader of the men of sacrifice, his aura surged crazily. Increased combat strength. Lin Feng was horrified. It was so terrifying. The leader of the men of sacrifice was at the 10th heaven of the martial king realm. Lin Feng already had a hard time dealing with him, and he was even suppressed by him. Now, the leader of the men of sacrifice had merged with the god of the blood sea, which was condensed by his martial soul. His strength had greatly increased, and he was even more powerful than before. It would be much more difficult to deal with him. Wind blows, clouds fly, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He didn't hold anything back either. He was using his most powerful attack. The Great Covering Hand was known as an Archean taboo skill. It was a supreme offensive skill recorded in the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Boom, 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 boom. A huge hand that could blot out the sky was condensed and shot toward the leader of the men of sacrifice. What secret skill is this? How can it be so powerful? The leader of the men of sacrifice felt the terrifying aura of the huge hand. Even the leader of the men of sacrifice, who was so powerful, was shocked. He could sense a dangerous qi from Lin Feng's attack. The leader of the men of sacrifice could not believe it. He was at the 10th heaven of the martial king realm, the secret technique used by a martial general realm, and actually made him feel a sense of danger. It was like something out of a fairy tale, but now it had really happened. How many secrets does this boy have? The leader of the men of sacrifice could not help but think in horror. But then he felt endless greed. If he could get all the secrets of this boy, how terrifying would his combat strength be? Thinking of this, the leader of the men of sacrifice became excited. Boom, boom. The leader of the men of sacrifice unleashed his strongest attack. Lin Feng's fist was filled with an incredible amount of blood-red lights. In a flash, his fist collided with Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Along with the earth-shattering sound, Lin Feng collided with the leader of the men of sacrifice again. Thump! 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 This time, Lin Feng was not pushed back. Both of them took 3 steps back. This is impossible. The leader of the men of sacrifice roared in disbelief. A martial general realm cultivator had blocked the attack of a 10th heaven martial king realm cultivator. It was too unbelievable, but it happened right in front of his eyes. Chapter 472. Boy, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. The leader of the men of sacrifice took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Compared to Lin Feng's shock, the leader of the men of sacrifice was more ecstatic at this moment. In his opinion, Lin Feng could not escape from him because he had mastered the saber spirit. The saber spirit was a kind of conception. It could be called saber conception. The cultivator gave the saber radiance, will, and formed the saber spirit. The saber that had attacked Lin Feng was such an attack. It was almost comparable to the attack of an expert in the yin-yang realm. I have many tricks up my sleeve. I think you should leave now. Otherwise, you will die here. Lin Feng sneered. The leader of the men of sacrifice looked gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Boy, let's see who will live and who will die in the end." Whoosh! The leader of the men of sacrifice took out his long saber. Lin Feng looked serious. The leader of the men of sacrifice was obviously going to use his amazing saber technique. It was an attack that had comprehended the saber conception. "Little boy, you didn't die from my blade last time. You're really lucky, but this time you won't be so lucky." The leader of the men of sacrifice sneered. "Blood sea torrential." The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted coldly. In the next moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice jumped out and soared into the sky like an eagle. He descended from the sky and attacked Lin Feng with his saber. Lin Feng sensed a dense number of blade silhouettes appear. Around him, the saber radiance was dazzling. He didn't know how many saber radiances were attacking him. This was an extremely terrifying attack. After the attack, Lin Feng fell into an illusion. "You want to disturb my mind?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. He closed his eyes and used his divine sense, which was comparable to the 7th sky of the yin-yang realm. Using divine sense to see the world was different from seeing the world with one's eyes. Looking at the world with one's eyes, one could only see some superficial things. This was because human eyes were easily blinded. However, if one were to look at the world with one's spiritual will, one would be able to see more realistic things. When Lin Feng closed his eyes and probed with his spiritual force, he discovered that the densely packed saber lights had disappeared without a trace, as long as a saber light slashed towards him. Scorching sun swordsmanship. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He waved the black dragon sword and slashed out. The blazing sun rose into the sky. The sword light was resplendent. The densely packed sword gleams, slashed towards the other party. Clang! The attacks from both sides collided fiercely. The tyrannical energy fluctuations swept out, causing both of them to retreat continuously. Humph! At this moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice sneered. He waved his long saber and slashed at Lin Feng again. 9 blades of the berserk god. Saber after saber came slashing down. The power of each slash was stronger than the previous one. In the end, 9 saber lights slashed out. The 9 saber lights seemed to be able to tear the world apart in an instant. When the 9 saber lights came crashing down, they instantly merged into a dazzling saber light. The merged saber light was 100 meters long. It exuded an astonishing fluctuation and dazzling light. It slashed towards Lin Feng fiercely. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng's hair stood on end. A cultivator of the 10th Tian of the Huangqi layer was terrifying. Kill! Lin Feng roared. Powerful genuine qi poured into the black dragon sword. Under Lin Feng's frenzied urging, the runes on the black dragon sword began to distort. Waves of black gas gushed out from the black dragon sword. At this moment, the power of the black dragon sword began to recover. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword with both hands and slashed towards the huge saber light that was 100 meters long. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and collided with the leader's attack. The black dragon sword emitted a dragon's roar. Lin Feng's sword was so powerful that it directly broke the leader's saber light. After breaking the saber light, Lin Feng instantly rushed in front of the leader. He waved his sword and slashed towards the leader. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. When he rushed over, the leader did not even have time to react. Lin Feng's sword had already slashed down. You broke my saber technique. The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted in disbelief. His blade was terrifyingly powerful. The leader of the death troops clearly understood that, but Lin Feng had broken his blade. That was a huge surprise for him. It's the sword. The leader then looked at the sword in Lin Feng's hand. His eyes were full of greed. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the leader did not dodge. Instead, his body was covered with a thick layer of earth energy. Clang! Lin Feng's sword slashed down as if it had hit a magic weapon. Earth energy shield. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. His attack had broken through the 100-meter-long blade, but it hadn't broken through the leader's protective qi. How terrifying was the qi of a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer? It was just earth energy. What if it transformed into Dharma power? Lin Feng quickly retreated, but it was too late, said the leader of the men of sacrifice while punching Lin Feng's chest. The tyrannical power poured into Lin Feng's body and immediately blew Lin Feng away. Then the leader attacked again. He slashed at Lin Feng. The dazzling saber light flew out. When the saber light came, Lin Feng felt threatened. Originally, the leader wanted to capture Lin Feng. However, when he saw how difficult it was to deal with Lin Feng, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. The attack contained a powerful saber essence. The saber light was endowed with will by the leader. It had a saber spirit, terrifying. The attack was so terrifying that Lin Feng felt terrified. Saber light, slash. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He directly took out the saber light that he had refined. It was also a saber light with will. Clang! The 2 blade lights fiercely collided with each other, entangling in midair. That's the saber light I slashed out. How did you manage to unleash the saber light that I slashed out? Shouted the leader when he saw Lin Feng's saber light. He couldn't believe it. Opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He used all his strength to activate another secret technique that he had just learned. soul miniature person holding sword. That secret soul technique was much more powerful than the soul sword technique. An invisible soul condensed into a soul miniature person. It held a sword and rushed towards the leader in a flash. The leader's emotions were fluctuating. His earth energy wasn't as strong as before. The soul miniature person waved its sword. Slash. A moment later, the leader's protective earth energy was torn apart. What? The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted in disbelief. My head is going to split open. At the next moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice let out a miserable shriek. He's been hit. Good opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He held the black dragon sword and rushed towards the leader. He waved his sword and slashed at the leader. Chapter 473. This was the best opportunity to kill the leader of the men of sacrifice. This man's soul had been injured by Lin Fan, so he had no power to fight back. Lin Feng was shocked by the power of the secret skill of the little soul man. It could even split open the protective chi of a level 10 martial king realm expert. This secret skill was really terrifying. If he had known earlier, he would have extorted more powerful secret skills of the soul from the Azura ghost Luo Yen. Lin Feng's sword was about to hit the leader of the men of sacrifice, but at this moment, the leader suddenly took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. Magical talisman. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He was a spiritual array master, so he knew how terrifying this jade talisman was. Lin Feng quickly retreated. Bang! Then the jade talisman exploded. A powerful energy swept out, and Lin Feng was blown away by the aftermath of the energy. His body fell directly into the forest. Cough, cough. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Feng couldn't help but get up from the ground gloomily. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly. If he had been at the center of the explosion, he would have been killed. At this moment, the leader of the men of sacrifice had disappeared. He ran away. Forget it. Let him run away. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew away. Damn it, damn it. Hellion Jun, am a cultivator of the 10th heavenly layer of the martial king layer, an existence who has comprehended blade intent, yet I almost died at the hands of an ant of the martial general layer. What a great shame, what a great shame. The leader of the men of sacrifice's face was ferocious. He had thought that Lin Feng would definitely die, but in the end, he had almost died at the hands of Lin Feng. This was a great shame for the leader of the men of sacrifice. It would even leave a shadow in his heart and hinder his future cultivation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette flashed from afar. The leader of the men of sacrifice was shocked. He thought that it was Lin Feng who had chased after them. However, after taking a careful look, he realized that it wasn't Lin Feng. He also knew the person who had appeared. It was Lin Feng, the patriarch of the Nailin family. Clan leader Nailin personally came to kill that brat to avenge Nailin Kong. The leader of the men of sacrifice was somewhat surprised. He naturally knew that Lin Feng had killed Nailin Kong. Initially, the leader of the men of sacrifice thought that the Nailin family would send some experts to kill Lin Feng. However, he never thought that Nailin Hong would personally take action. Hellion Jun's injuries aren't light. Nailin Hong squinted at Hellion Jun. Hellion Jun frowned. He could sense that Nailin Hong was looking at him in a strange way. It made him feel extremely uneasy. Even though the Nailin family and the Hellion family weren't enemies in the Fog City, they weren't allies either. Therefore, at that moment, when he saw Nailin Hong in the middle of nowhere, the leader of the men of sacrifice was quite worried. He tried his best to regain his composure and said, "Clan leader Nailin, you should hurry up and chase that brat." He shouldn't have run too far away. He has many incredible treasures and secret techniques. If he escapes, clan leader Nalen, you'll regret it. The leader of the men of sacrifice had sensed that something was wrong. That was why he had warned Nalen Hong. He wanted to bring disaster to Nalen Hong. Don't worry. Before I chase that brat, I want to kill you first. You're in charge of the men of sacrifice of the Hellion family. If I kill you, the men of sacrifice of the Hellion family will be like a group of dragons without a leader. The Hellion family's influence will be greatly reduced. At that time, the Nalen family won't mind encroaching on the Hellion family's territory and businesses. As soon as he finished speaking, Na Lan Kong exploded and charged toward the leader of the men of sacrifice. The leader of the men of sacrifice was terrified. He turned around and ran, but he was injured. Nalen Hong was at his peak. The leader of the men of sacrifice didn't run far before Nalen Hong caught up with him. Nalen Hong turned into a golden light and instantly tore the leader's body apart. Puff! The leader of the men of sacrifice was torn in half, and his body fell down. Whoosh! Nalen Hong didn't stop. He chased after Lin Feng. What a terrifying aura! It's an yin-yang cultivator. Feeling the aura in the forest in the distance, Lin Feng was shocked. Although Nalen Hong had only killed the leader of the men of sacrifice in an instant, he had still leaked his own aura. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He turned around and flew away. After more than an hour, Nalen Hong's figure appeared behind him. Brat, you can't escape. Nalen Hong's eerie and terrifying voice was heard. Lin Feng turned around, and his expression became serious. He had seen this person before. It was the person who had appeared on the day Zi Yuan awakened. He had released a murderous aura, and it was really directed at him. Who are you? Do you have a grudge against me? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. You killed my son, Nalen Kong. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Nalen Hong's voice was filled with cold, murderous intent. You're Nalen Hong, the leader of the Nalen family. As the leader of a family, an yin-yang cultivator wants to kill a general cultivator, like me. Don't you have any shame? Lin Feng sneered. Brat, even if you have a glib tongue, you can't escape death. Nalen Hong's cold voice was heard again. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He sped up. If Nalen Hong caught up with him, he would die on a spaceship. Cousin, wake up. The next morning, Zi Yuan woke up and went to wake Lin Feng up. However, she found that the room was empty. Lin Feng wasn't there. Zi Yuan panicked. Cousin, where are you? Zi Yuan frantically looked for Lin Feng, but she couldn't find any trace of Lin Feng. Uncle Master, where's my cousin? Zi Yuan looked at Ruo Lan, who had just walked out of the room. Ruo Lan said, I haven't told you about this yet. Your cousin decided to stay in the desolate region to cultivate, so he left last night. Before he left, he told me to tell you that he wants you to cultivate well and not slack off. No, he won't leave me alone. I'm going to find him. Zi Yuan was about to rush out of the ship, but Lan Ruo stopped her. Lan Ruo said, Silly girl, your cousin is only staying in the desolate region to cultivate. He might join a large sect, but nothing will happen to him. Your cultivation is too low, so if you stay by his side, he won't be able to protect you if you run into danger. You might even implicate him. Is that what you want to see? Implicate him. Zi Yuan's voice trembled. She recalled the scene when the Blackwater mystical snake's terrifying strike came, how her young master hugged her and exposed her to the Blackwater mystical snake, and how he was severely injured in the end. She also recalled the scene when Nalen Kong, Hellion Zhe, and the others were chasing after them. Her young master told her to leave first, and he stopped them. No, I don't want to be a burden. I have to become stronger. That's the only way I can help my prince. That's the only way I won't be a burden to him. Zi Yuan bit her lip and ran out of the cabin. She shouted, "Cousin, Zi Yuan will definitely become stronger. I won't be a burden to you anymore. Zi Yuan will protect you in the future." Zi Yuan didn't want to leave Lin Feng. However, in order to not implicate Lin Feng, she chose to leave the desolate region with Lan Rua. 2 lines of tears flowed down her beautiful face uncontrollably. They had chased each other for 100,000 li. They had chased each other in the ancient forest, in the vast grassland, in the dangerous swamp world, and even in the desert. Lin Feng had run to many places, but he hadn't been able to get rid of Nailan Hong. Lin Feng clutched spirit stones with both hands and chewed on spirit herbs, trying to recover his true qi as quickly as possible. However, he still felt exhausted. "Kid, you really can run. You've been running for 10 days. Let's see how long you can last." Nailan Hong's voice was filled with killing intent. Nailan Hong's expression could no longer be described as gloomy. He was at the Yinyang realm, and he had been chasing after a brat at the Marshal General realm for a full 10 days. This made Nailan Hong extremely angry. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He needed to conserve his energy. In the distance, a small town appeared. People could be seen coming and going. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed over. He shouted, "Is there any senior who can save me?" Nailan Hong, the head of the Nailan family in the Fog City, has been chasing me for 10 days and 10 nights. If anyone can help me, I'll remember it and repay you generously in the future. What? Nailan Hong is chasing you? No way. Nailan Hong is a tyrant. Why would he chase after a puny general cultivator? Many people were shocked and rushed over. "Kid, I'm going to grind your bones to dust." Nailan Hong chased after him and heard Lin Feng's shout. He was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He was a cultivator of the Yin and Yang layer, and he had chased after a cultivator of the general layer. That was a disgraceful thing to do. He could imagine how many strong cultivators would laugh at him in the future. When Nailan Hong thought about that, he had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Chapter 474. It's really Nailan Hong. Heavens! He's a peerless cultivator at the Yin-Yang layer, and he's actually chasing after a little general cultivator. Nailan Hong is such a shameless person. How did he become the leader of the Nailan clan? Many people were pointing and discussing animatedly. All of them had looks of disdain. Nailan Hong almost coughed up blood when he heard them. But they didn't stop Nailan Hong from chasing Lin Feng and killing Lin Feng. Nobody would offend a strong cultivator like Nailan Hong for a little general cultivator. F***CK. Are there no chivalrous people these days? When Lin Feng saw that the crowd was only watching without any intention of helping him, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He was in a very bad situation. He had been running for 10 days and 10 nights. His body was about to reach its limit. If he couldn't find a way to get rid of Nailan Hong, he would die. 50 miles to the west is the famous forbidden area, the Lake of Death. Whether you live or die, there depends on your luck. At that moment, a voice entered Lin Feng's ears. Someone transmitted their voice to him. "Thank you." Lin Feng thanked them and didn't dare stay. He flew towards the Lake of Death. He didn't know what was going on with the Lake of Death, but since the person who had warned him had said that the Lake of Death was a forbidden area, he knew how terrifying the Lake of Death was. There was also a forbidden area in the eastern region, the Undying Mountain Range. In the past, Lin Feng had entered the Undying Mountain Range and narrowly escaped with his life. Swoosh! Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. Nailan Hong chased after Lin Feng, but at that moment, a resplendent sword chi pierced through the air and slashed towards Nailan Hong. Nalan Hong shouted furiously and slashed with his palm, destroying the sword chi. Your Excellency, do you want to become my enemy? Nalan Hong looked extremely gloomy. He hadn't thought that someone would actually dare to attack him. Obviously, the person who had attacked did not want to offend Nalan Hong. After stopping Nalan Hong for a while, he did not attack again. Nalan Hong's expression was gloomy as he chased after Lin Feng. There are still good people in this world. Lin Feng was so moved that tears started flowing down his cheeks. His opponent's sword strike had won Lin Feng the most precious time. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Feng finally arrived in front of the Lake of Death. Looking from afar, it was a world shrouded in black fog, emitting an eerie and terrifying aura. Die, brat! Nalan Hong chased after Lin Feng, reaching out his hand to grab him. Buzz. In the void, an incomparably huge energy hand suddenly condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock when he felt the aura of the energy hand. The energy hand was too terrifying, and it made him feel suffocated. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't stay any longer. If he did, only death would await him. He rushed towards the world shrouded in black fog. However, as soon as Lin Feng reached the edge, a terrifying aura enveloped him. Crack, crack, Lin Feng felt like his bones were about to be crushed. At that moment, Nalan Hong's huge hand had already reached him. Ah, my life is over, Lin Feng shouted in fear. Bang! Nalan Hong's attack was met with the attack of the world of black fog. Dense black fog poured out and collided with Nalan Hong's attack. Lin Feng had thought that he was going to die, but unexpectedly, Nalan Hong's collision with the world of black fog had helped him. The terrifying aura enveloping him had decreased by a lot. Lin Feng then used the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Under the ancient dragonesque elephant art circulation, all the aura disappeared, and Lin Feng took the opportunity to rush into the world of black fog. Buzz. Within the world of black fog, a terrifying demonic chi swept out, shattering Nalan Hong's attack and sweeping towards him. Break! Nalan Hong roared and waved his right hand, condensing a divine ability and attacking the demonic chi. However, the demonic chi was too terrifying, and it sent Nalan Hong flying again. Wah! Nalan Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the demonic chi sweeping towards him again, he frantically fled into the distance to avoid the attack. How terrifying! Many of the cultivators who had rushed over were shocked. The Lake of Death was really strange. Just a wave of demonic chi had almost killed a yin-yang realm cultivator. The demonic chi finally flew back into the world of black fog. Nalan Hong's face was very gloomy. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the world of black fog. A terrifying aura enveloped Nalan Hong, but Nalan Hong successfully blocked it. This person's cultivation level was abnormally high, and he broke through the pressure of the world of black fog and rushed in. It looks like that kid is definitely going to die. He's being chased by such a powerful person. Is there a grudge between the two of them? Maybe there is a grudge, but if it's just a grudge, Nalan Hong shouldn't be so desperate, right? I'm guessing that the kid has something that has piqued Nalan Hong's interest. Many cultivators were discussing this matter, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they stayed outside the Lake of Death and watched. Poof, poof. The sound of a body being pierced through could be heard. Lin Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at his own body. He even had a look of despair on his face because he didn't know what kind of power had pierced through his body. Lin Feng was almost covered in blood. Am I going to die here? Lin Feng muttered. He. Not far away, a sinister laughter sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw a skinny old man in a black robe. He was the one who had made that hair-raising sound. The old man glanced at Lin Feng And when their eyes met, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to fall into an endless purgatory. What a terrifying existence. Is he an expert from the evil demon sect? Lin Feng was shocked. He was a bit worried that the old devil would eat him. Lin Feng had heard that some experts from the evil demon sect liked to refine the flesh and soul of cultivators to improve themselves. However, he quickly realized that he was overthinking. The old devil only glanced at Lin Feng, then turned around and continued walking deeper into the lake. He didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to Lin Feng. His gaze was as if he was looking at an ant. Ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to an ant when they saw one. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Being weak really made people look down on him. The old devil wasn't attacked. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He gritted his teeth and walked towards the old devil. A dozen more bloody holes appeared on Lin Feng's body. Finally, he arrived at the place where the old devil had been standing. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying twisting force there. It seemed to be isolating him from the mysterious power of the black fog world. Is this the power coming from the old devil's body? This old devil is really terrifying. Lin Feng followed the path the old devil had taken. He didn't encounter any more attacks. Finally, he arrived at a pitch-black lake. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a huge lake. It was pitch black. The old devil stood on the shore, his green eyes gazing into the depths of the lake. Lin Feng didn't know what the old devil was looking at. The old devil would occasionally let out a strange laughter that sounded like the weeping of a malicious spirit. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Chapter 475. The old monster looked into the depths of the cave with a profound gaze. No one knew what he was looking at. Lin Feng also looked towards the depths of the Lake of Death. This Lake of Death was very strange. The pitch-black lake water emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. This was a power that was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. When that cold aura entered his body, Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to lose consciousness. Some unknown power was escaping from the Lake of Death. Lin Feng frowned. This Lake of Death was actually so strange. Just what kind of secret was hidden inside? Such a strange black fog world should be related to the Lake of Death, right? Kid, come out. Lin Feng's complexion slightly changed. Nailin Hong had also chased after them. This made Lin Feng's complexion extremely ugly. With Nailin Hong's strength, it wouldn't take long for him to find Lin Feng. Roar! At this time, a low roar came from the depths. Rumble! The earth was shaking. Lin Feng's expression changed. He didn't know what was happening. He looked into the depths and saw a terrifying scene. A huge creature rushed out from the lake. It was a giant beast that was 1,000 meters long. But what shocked Lin Feng was that it was not a living creature with flesh and blood, but a bone dragon. The bone dragon circled in the air and engaged in a fierce battle with an old woman. Granny Fecta, Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't expected it to be this person. Back then, they had crossed the magnetic fog lake on Taoist Xian Cheng's ship. However, they encountered the dark water mystical snake, the overlord of the magnetic fog lake, and the ship was destroyed. After that, Lin Feng never saw Granny Fecta again. This old woman is so powerful. Lin Feng was shaken in his heart. This old woman really hid her strength well. It shocked and moved him. Whoosh! The old devil soared into the sky and charged toward the bone dragon. Ha! Granny Fecta, it's been 3,000 years, but you're still as beautiful as ever. The old monster shouted. Lin Feng almost had the urge to vomit blood. Granny Tianji was so old. Was she still as graceful as before? This old devil really has a heavy taste. Granny Fecta said indifferently, You're still alive? You've lived for a long time." The old devil shouted, "Even the heavens can't take me." This old devil is really arrogant. Lin Feng secretly smacked his lips. However, thinking about how terrifying the old monster was, he couldn't help but guess what level the old monster and old woman's cultivation were at. At the same time, Lin Feng was also wondering why these two terrifying existences had come here. Boom! The great battle had completely erupted, and it was extremely tragic. The void had been pierced through, and Lin Feng could even see the distorted and broken void. What level of battle is this? Lin Feng turned pale with fright. Slash! The old devil and the old woman both took out their treasures. These treasures emitted the aura of the heavenly Tao and were rumored to be able to strike down the stars in outer space. "Tao soldier!" Lin Feng cried out in surprise. It was actually a precious treasure of this level. This was the first time he had seen it. The old devil and the old woman took out their Tao soldiers and slashed at the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared, and the water from the lake of death gushed out, enveloping the Tao soldiers and the old woman. Crack, crack! A hair-raising thing happened. When the water from the lake of death splashed onto the Tao weapons of the old woman, and the old devil began to crack. Heavens! How is this possible? It's just lake water. How can it destroy the Tao soldiers? When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't believe his eyes. There was no need to explain how powerful Tao soldiers were. They were divine weapons that had been fused with the Tao and magic, but they had been destroyed by the Lake of Death. They were supreme treasures, but they had been unable to resist the corrosion of the Lake of Death. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Lake of Death's water was. "Return!" The old devil and the old woman shouted and quickly recalled their Tao soldiers. Both of them had pained expressions. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed into the lake. Seeing this, Lin Feng was even more shocked. The Lake of Death was strong enough to destroy Tao soldiers, but the two of them had actually dove into it. Their bodies had even resisted the Lake of Death's water. It was hard to imagine how strong they were. Roar, the bone dragon, roared furiously and rushed into the Lake of Death, chasing after the old devil and the old woman. Could it be that there's something amazing hidden under the Lake of Death? Is the bone dragon protecting the thing under the Lake of Death? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of this possibility. However, his cultivation was limited, and these secrets weren't something Lin Feng could explore. "Kid, I can already sense your aura. You're not far from death." At that moment, Nailan Hong's cold voice rang out once more. Lin Feng's gaze was ice cold. Now, he was trapped here by Nailan Hong, and Lin Feng clearly couldn't stay here for long. The energy left behind by the old devil was becoming thinner and thinner. Once all of it dissipated, Lin Feng knew that his body would be pierced through again and again like before, until his heart was pierced or his blood ran dry. He would die here. If he chose to rush out now, he would be caught by Nailan Hong. At that time, only death would await him. Lin Feng looked at the Lake of Death. This lake was strong enough to destroy a Tao soldier. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. A Tao soldier's body was far stronger than a yin-yang realm cultivator's. Could he borrow the Lake of Death's water to kill Nailan Hong? When he thought of this, Lin Feng decided to take a gamble. He took out a porcelain bottle and wanted to fill it with the lake water. Crack! The bottle shattered. It couldn't withstand the water at all. Lin Feng took out his cauldron. Crack! However, the cauldron also shattered. This won't do. The cauldron will be destroyed by the Lake of Death. What should I do? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He finally gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and used it to protect his body. Then, the archaic, dragonesque elephant power surged out and swept up a large amount of the Lake of Death's water. Chi, 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 chi. However, at that moment, something terrifying happened. The Lake of Death's water was instantly permeated by the archaic, dragonesque elephant power and surged towards Lin Feng's power. The archaic, dragonesque elephant power protecting Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand the corrosion of the Lake of Death's water at all. Crack, crack, the sound of his body cracking could be heard. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his body. He saw a terrifying scene. His body began to crack. Ah! Lin Feng screamed. He tried his best to sprinkle the lake water into the Lake of Death. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was shocked to discover that the Lake of Death's water had surrounded him like maggots. Crack, crack, just like the two Dao soldiers, Lin Feng's body kept cracking. Blood flowed out, and it seemed like his body was going to shatter into pieces. Chapter 476. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Feng sensed death enveloping his body. The water of the Lake of Death was terrifying. No wonder it could destroy a primordial treasure. Killing him wouldn't be difficult. I miscalculated. Lin Feng sighed. Originally, he wanted to use the water of the Lake of Death to kill Nailin Hong. But now, Nailin Hong was still alive. It seemed like he would die under the corrosion of the Lake of Death first. But Lin Feng didn't regret taking the risk. Even if he didn't take the risk, he would die. He would still die. Taking the risk was worth it. Crack, crack. The water of the Lake of Death was destroying Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had a bad feeling. He couldn't stop his life from fading away. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng felt powerless. I wonder if the heavenly fire will work. Lin Feng took a deep breath and released his heavenly fire. It wrapped around Lin Feng's body. When the water of the Lake of Death started to destroy Lin Feng's body, it was blocked by the heavenly fire. Is it really possible? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that he would die, but the feeling of being alive was too good. But soon, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. The water of the Lake of Death was penetrating his heavenly fire's defenses and destroying his body. It's so monstrous. Lin Feng was astonished. He didn't know what kind of terrifying power the water of the Lake of Death contained. It was so strange that Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Fight! Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He had to hurry up and kill Nailin Hong. If he wasted too much time, the consequences would be unpredictable. The most terrifying thing was that the water of the Lake of Death would break through his heavenly fire's defenses. If that happened, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng released the ancient dragonesque elephant's strength and continued absorbing the water of the Lake of Death. Crack, crack! Large amounts of water from the Lake of Death continued to corrode Lin Feng's heavenly flames. The heavenly flames' defense was crumbling. This made Lin Feng aghast. The water of the Lake of Death was too strange. Let's go. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed outside. Kid, where are you? Where are you hiding? Soon, Lin Feng heard Nailin Hong's roar. This Nailin Hong was really powerful. The power that penetrated Lin Feng's body didn't cause any harm to Nailin Hong. Lin Feng looked at him and understood why. Nailin Hong's body was wrapped in a powerful magic power. It was the magic power that protected his body from external attacks. Lin Feng did not have any magic power, so his body was penetrated. Nailin Hong, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He quickly threw himself at Nailin Hong. Kid, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you're stupid enough to take the initiative to die. Since you're dead, I'll grant you your wish, said Nailin Hong coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Feng. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. A gigantic hand appeared in the sky and moved towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng increased his speed and dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Nalan Hong. He released his heavenly flames and the water of the Lake of Death, pouring it towards Nalan Hong. Said Nalan Hong disdainfully, "Kid, what are you doing? Do you want to use the water to harm me? I've heard that the water of the Lake of Death can corrode treasures. But do you think that a mere Lake of Death can destroy my heavenly flames?" Nalan Hong stretched out his hand, trying to sweep the water away. However, when the water of the Lake of Death came in contact with Nalan Hong's heavenly flames, it instantly penetrated his heavenly flames. Then it penetrated Nalan Hong's body. Ah! Nalan Hong shrieked miserably. His body started cracking and rotting. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the water of the Lake of Death was. "You little bastard! You dared trick me!" Nalan Hong shrieked miserably. He soared into the sky and flew out of the black fog world. Nalan Hong was in so much pain that he almost died. He was rolling in the air. Heavens! Look, what's going on? Nalan Hong's body is rotting. Many people shouted in astonishment. "Circulate your heavenly flames," shouted Nalan Hong furiously. He circulated his heavenly flames like crazy. He wanted to use his heavenly flames to force the water of the Lake of Death out of his body. However, Nalan Hong failed. He was shocked to discover that no matter what he did, he couldn't force the water out of his body. However, what made Nalan Hong feel a little better was that although the lake water had caused great damage to his body, the power of the lake water was slowly weakening. Clearly, the lake water of the Lake of Death could not continue to exert its effect. "Nalan Hong, die!" shouted Nalan Hong coldly from the black fog world. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by flames. He used the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant to force the water out of the black fog world again. When he saw that, Nalan Hong's expression changed drastically. He had already experienced how terrifying the water of the Lake of Death was. When he saw Lin Feng force the water out of the Lake of Death again, he didn't dare stay any longer. He ran away madly. No way! He's being chased by a little general? Many cultivators were dumbstruck. They didn't understand what was going on. Look, that little guy is surrounded by black water. It seems to be the water of the Lake of Death. I've heard that the water of the Lake of Death can even kill almighty cultivators. He actually managed to force the water out of the Lake of Death and didn't die. Could the rumors be false? Someone asked doubtfully, "Is there such a rumor? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Asked another cultivator. He found it unbelievable. It was just the water of the Lake of Death. How could it kill an almighty cultivator? It's just a rumor. Very few people know about it. It's said that 1,000 years ago, an almighty cultivator entered the Lake of Death to look for something, but he died tragically in the water. One of the cultivators explained, but he soon added, "Now, it seems that the rumors were false. If he could really kill an almighty being, that Marshal General Brat would have died 1,000 times over. How could he have swept the water of the Lake of Death out of the black fog world?" Many people nodded. They felt that the cultivator's words made sense. At that moment, Lin Feng caught up with Nalan Hong. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He looked coldly at Nalan Hong. "It's time to end this." Asterisk splash. Asterisk, a large amount of water from the Lake of Death poured down on Nalan Hong. No, Nalan Hong let out a terrified cry. But in the next moment, he was submerged by the water of the Lake of Death. The water of the Lake of Death seeped into Nalan Hong's body. This time, Nalan Hong wasn't able to resist the corrosion of the water. His body was corroded into a pile of rotten flesh, and he fell from the sky. Heavens, Nalen Hong was corroded by the water of the Lake of Death. The rumors are true. The water of the Lake of Death might really be able to kill an almighty cultivator. Many people looked at the pile of rotten flesh falling from the sky in horror. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Lin Feng gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He quickly rushed into the distance and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 477. The wasteland was vast and boundless, and there were many ancient sections. There were also 4 ancient powers that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years without weakening. This was an extremely powerful region, and there were as many strong cultivators as there were clouds. But now, the wasteland was shaken because of something. Nalen Hong of the Nalen family of the Fog City was killed by a general realm cultivator outside the Lake of Death. It had been many years since an important person had died in the wasteland, and Nalen Hong was the first important person to die in a battle in the past 10,000 years. This was already enough to cause a stir. But what was even more unbelievable was that Nalen Hong had been killed by a general realm cultivator. This was simply inconceivable. A general realm cultivator was as weak as an ant in front of a martial king, not to mention a yin-yang realm cultivator. But how was he able to kill a yin-yang realm cultivator? Many powers sent people to the Lake of Death to investigate. Fog City Nalen family. The 2 ancestors of the Nalen family, who were in seclusion, had personally come out. Even the members of the Nalen family thought that these 2 ancestors had died long ago, but in reality, they hadn't. They had only been in seclusion and hadn't appeared for 300 years. Ancestor, the head of the family, died so miserably. It's said that his body was corroded by the water of the Lake of Death and turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Ancestor, please take revenge for the head of the family. The upper echelons of the Nalen clan were kneeling in front of 2 old men who had just come out of seclusion. One of the 2 old men was wearing white clothes, and the other was wearing gray clothes. Their bodies were bent and very pale. Their eyes were flashing with a green light. After the Nalen clansmen saw this, they felt a kind of fear. It was as if they were facing 2 evil spirits that had just crawled out of the grave. This kind of feeling made them feel a kind of creepy feeling. The gray-robed old man said gloomily, "What a little bastard. Big brother will take care of the family, and I'll go and kill that little bastard." The white-robed old man nodded and said, "All right, don't kill that brat directly. He's full of secrets. Capture him and interrogate him. It won't be too late to kill him after you get all his secrets." The gray-robed old man nodded and immediately soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Hellion family, you're saying that our clan's death warriors, including Hellion Jun, were all killed by that brat? Nalen Hong was killed by that brat as well." Clan leader Hellion Jung looked at the 3rd elder with a gloomy expression. The 3rd elder nodded and smiled bitterly. "We've lost contact with Hellion. It seems that he's fallen." Damn it! Hellion Zheng's gaze was extremely gloomy. He and Hellion Jun were childhood playmates. Later on, when he became the clan leader, he supported Hellion Jun to become the leader of the Loyalists. In these past few years, they cooperated very well, one in the open and one in the dark. Now that Hellion Jun was dead, the position of leader of the Loyalists was vacant. Hellion Jung felt a headache when he thought of the great elder's wild ambition. It's all that bastard Hellion Zay's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have sent Hellion Jun to chase after that brat, causing Hellion Jun's tragic death. Hellion Jung said in exasperation. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" asked the 3rd elder. He frowned and said, "I'm afraid that the great elder will make a move soon." Hellion Jung asked, "What about the Nalen clan?" I heard that the two old bastards of the Nalen clan are still alive and have already come out of seclusion, said the third elder. That brat was able to kill Hellion Jun and Nalen Hong. He's obviously not simple. Now, the Hellion clan is facing internal and external troubles. I can only let Hellion Jun down. I can't avenge him. Let the Nalen clan deal with that brat. Hellion Jun sighed. Patriarch, you're doing this for the sake of the big picture. Hellion Jun will not blame you when he learns of your decision in the underworld, said the third elder hurriedly. I hope so. Hellion Jun sighed. Hellion Jun didn't know that the decision he had made today would prevent the Hellion clan from being uprooted in the future. In the depths of the ancient forest, in a hidden cave, although the outside world was abuzz with the news that he had killed Nalen Hong, Lin Feng didn't know anything about it. He had already been in seclusion for half a month. Although he had killed Nalen Hong, some of the water in the lake had died. If Lin Feng hadn't used the heaven flame to suppress the water, he would have died many times over. Lin Feng didn't know how many times he would have died. During that time, Lin Feng had been trying his best to dissolve the water in his body. After half a month, Lin Feng had finally dissolved the water in the lake. The water in the lake was really strange. Luckily, Lin Feng had the heaven flame in his body. If he didn't have the heaven flame, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to refine the water in the lake. I've finally dissolved the strange water in the lake. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but think of the time when he saw the old devil and the old woman rushing into the depths of the lake. He didn't know what those two experts were doing. Thinking that this matter wasn't something he could consider with his current strength, Lin Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile. He left his seclusion. 10 days later, Lin Feng saw a small town. The town was bustling with people coming and going. Lin Feng entered the town. Currently, many cultivators in the town were talking about Nalen Hong's death. However, Lin Feng felt that it was normal. After all, the death of an yin-yang realm expert would definitely cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng planned to find a place to rest before heading to Nebula Pavilion. Nebula Pavilion was located in Nebula City. Nebula City was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the wasteland. Nebula Pavilion was the overlord of the city. At the same time, Nebula Pavilion was also one of the 4 great ancient powers of the wasteland. Lin Feng hoped to join Nebula Pavilion to cultivate. Little brother, I wonder if you're heading to Nebula City? Suddenly, an inquiring voice sounded. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man around 27 or 28 years old. The young man was tall, but his face was simple and honest. When he saw Lin Feng turn around, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Lin Feng nodded and said, I do plan to do so. What's wrong? Brother, are you also heading to Nebula City? The young man said, That's right. I'm also heading to Nebula City. The place we're at right now is called Ping Yao Town. It's still half a month's journey from Nebula City, but this journey is filled with danger. Not only are there powerful vicious beasts, there are also some powerful bandits. If you're not careful, you might die tragically on this journey. That's why I want to invite you to join our group. Chapter 478. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the journey to Nebula City would be so dangerous. It wouldn't be a big deal if there were only fierce beasts, but if there were bandits, then it would be very scary. Since there were bandits on the way to Nebula Pavilion, there were bound to be many experts among them. It was no wonder that the honest-looking young man wanted to form a group with him. Lin Feng was bold because of his skills, but he wasn't afraid of being strong. If he were to travel alone, he would easily become a target for bandits. If he were to be surrounded by bandits, then it would only add to the trouble. It was better to form a group. Just as the honest-looking young man had said, there was strength in numbers. If bandits saw that there were more people, they might not easily come looking for trouble. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since everyone is going to Nebula City, then we can look after each other." The honest-looking young man was very happy after hearing this. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, "My name is Han Shua. How should I address you, brother?" Lin Feng, "Brother Lin, come with me. I'll bring you to meet everyone," Han Shua said. Lin Feng nodded and walked with Han Shua to a restaurant. There were 10 people sitting in a private room on the second floor. Han Shua said, "I'm back." A somewhat seductive woman said, "Han Shua, I asked you to go find someone. Did you manage to get him?" Han Shua said, "This is Brother Lin. He's the person I found." Lin Feng nodded to everyone and said, "I'm Lin Feng, and I'm also planning to go to Nebula City. I heard from Brother Han that everyone was going to Nebula City as well, so I came here to accompany everyone." A white-clothed young man curled his lips and said ambiguously, "Han Shua, I asked you to go find someone. You've been gone for half a day, and all you found is a martial general cultivator. If we really meet fierce beasts or bandits on the way, won't he become a burden to us? You've disappointed us. Originally, you were only at the first layer of the martial king realm, and we didn't plan to bring you along. We only agreed to let you go because you shamelessly begged us. Now, you've brought a cultivator weaker than you. You're already a burden, and now you've brought another burden. Do you want us to protect the two of you when you encounter danger?" This innocent-looking young woman was obviously not an easy person to get along with. She mocked Lin Feng and Han Shua. Han Shua was speechless after being reprimanded. Han Shua looked like an honest person, and these people obviously saw that Han Shua was honest and wanted to bully him. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "Everyone, it's already good that Brother Han was able to bring someone along. There's no need to be so harsh on Brother Han. I feel that although Brother Lin's cultivation is only at the martial general realm, he's still a high-level one. Even if he encounters danger, he should have no problem protecting himself." At this moment, a young man who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old spoke up. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown slightly. They wanted to retort, but in the end, they didn't dare to speak because there was an old servant standing behind the young man. Although he was a servant, his cultivation was at the 10th layer of the martial king realm, and he was the strongest among the group. If they wanted to safely pass through this dangerous area, they would have to rely on him. When a middle-aged man saw that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, he smiled and tried to smooth things over. "It's not easy to travel outside. Since we're able to meet here, it can be considered fate. Everyone, please bear with it." Another middle-aged cultivator with a sword on his back opened his eyes. His eyes were flickering with a bright light. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This person's mental strength was full. It should be a sign that he was about to transform into spiritual energy. He was also at the 10th layer of the martial king realm. This cultivator with a sword on his back should be stronger than the old servant. Although they were both at the 10th layer of the martial king realm, the old servant was old and his chi and blood were declining. Naturally, his cultivation was weaker. As for the cultivator with a sword on his back, he was in the prime of his life. He was at the peak of his cultivation. This cultivator with a sword on his back clearly had some prestige. He said, "Let's go to the Spirit Dragon Inn and rest for the night. We'll buy everything we need to buy today. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave for Starcloud City." Everyone nodded. They didn't have any objections. Everyone dispersed one after another. "Young Master Yu, thank you so much for helping me out just now." Although Han Shua was stupid, he wasn't stupid. Therefore, after everyone dispersed, he was the first to thank the young man. The old servant rushed in front of the young man and stopped him. Han Shuo awkwardly scratched his head. The young man said, "Brother Han, you're welcome." Lin Feng also cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, brother you." The young man nodded and said, "It's nothing." The young man didn't have any intention of chatting with Lin Feng. He then left with the old servant. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't think. Han Shuo said, embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know how to express himself. He was a very simple and honest person. Lin Feng had a good impression of him. He patted Han Shuo's shoulder and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. There will always be people who look down on others." Han Shuo said, "Brother Lin, it's good that you're not angry. Actually, those people only have bad mouths, but they're actually very kind." Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Han Shuo was really too honest. Those people had ordered him around and reprimanded him, but he still spoke up for them. Unfortunately, who would remember his kindness? Who would appreciate it? Han Shuo scratched his head and said, "Brother Lin, you just arrived in Pingyao town. You haven't booked a room yet, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since everyone is staying at the Spirit Dragon Inn, I'll stay there as well." Han Shuo said, "The Spirit Dragon Inn's rooms are already full. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, you can stay with me. However, the room I'm staying in is the most ordinary one. I'm a little worried that Brother Lin will feel wronged." "What's there to feel wronged about?" Lin Feng smiled. Han Shuo said happily, "As long as Brother Lin doesn't mind, it's fine." "Then, Brother Lin, come with me to take a look at the rooms." Lin Feng nodded and followed Han Shuo to his room. It was indeed a very ordinary room, with simple decorations and old furniture. Han Shuo said embarrassedly, "It's really too simple. Why don't I ask around and see if there are any better rooms?" Lin Feng said, "I think it's pretty good. It's 100 times better than sleeping in the forest." Han Shuo nodded and said, "As long as Brother Lin doesn't mind." Lin Feng looked at Han Shuo curiously and asked, "Brother Han, why are you risking your life to go to Nebula City?" Han Shuo scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I heard that Nebula Pavilion is recruiting students, so I'm hoping to try my luck. If I can become an outer disciple of Nebula Pavilion, that would be great. Even if I can't become an outer disciple, becoming an odd job disciple would be good too. That way, I'll be able to bring honor to my family. My village has only produced one Martial King cultivator in several hundred years. I want to become strong and return to my hometown with glory in the future." Hope appeared in Han Shuo's eyes. He was filled with hope. That kind of resolute expression in his eyes made Lin Feng slightly moved. Chapter 479. There were a total of 12 people in the group. After talking with Han Shuo, Lin Feng found out that the young master who had helped them was called Yufan. His identity seemed to be quite mysterious. Although he was a man of few words, he had an extraordinary status because he was following an old servant who was at the 10th layer of the Martial King realm. The middle-aged cultivator who acted as the mediator was called Zhang Chang. He was at the 8th layer of the Martial King realm and was not weak. The cultivator with the sword on his back was called Ning Tianlu. The charming and enchanting woman was called Gu Xin The seemingly innocent but arrogant girl was called Sunya The white-clothed youth was called Gu Jun. The three of them were at the 4th layer of the Martial King realm. To be able to cultivate to the 4th layer of the Martial King realm at such a young age, their talents were quite good. There was also a pair of siblings who had always been silent. Lin Feng also had a deep impression of them because the younger sister was very beautiful. She had a pair of exquisite and beautiful face and a delicate and pitiful aura. She was petite and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. The girl was called Lan Qianqian. Her brother was about the same age as Lin Feng and was called Lan Yang. There was also a cultivator around 30 years old called Yang Jijia. Han Shuo said, "The Lan siblings, young master Yu, Gu Xian, Sunya, and Gu Jun are the same as me. They are all going to Nebula Pavilion and plan to join. They are the children of aristocratic families and have a high chance of joining Nebula Pavilion. Oh, right, that Gu Jun and Gu Xian are cousins." Lin Feng smiled and said, "No wonder they are so harsh. So, they are relatives. If we are not family, we will not enter the same house." Han Shuo could only scratch his head. He could not say anything bad about Gu Jun and Gu Xian. Han Shuo's personality had always been like this. He was very honest and kind. Lin Feng looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Are you from the desolate region as well?" Han Shuo nodded and said, "Yes, my home is in the Skycloud mountain range. There are many spirit mines in the Skycloud mountain range, and all the major powers of the wasteland have spirit mines. The villagers will start mining spirit mines for these major powers and receive a certain amount of rewards. However, our village is very small and is always bullied by other villages. We can only mine the most barren spirit mines, so the rewards we receive are very few. The villagers exchange the village's rewards for cultivation resources for me to cultivate. I must join Nebula Pavilion and return home in glory so that the villagers will no longer be bullied and live a good life." Lin Feng could roughly guess the environment of the Skycloud mountain range. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Han Shuo's village was small and weak and was destined to be bullied by other powerful villages. Fortunately, there was a limit to everything. The other villages wouldn't dare to exterminate Han Shuo's village. Therefore, Han Shuo's village still had some room for survival. Lin Feng could also understand that Han Shuo was shouldering the hopes of the entire village, his family, his clansmen, and his villagers. The next day, the group set off. We could have taken a spaceship, but it's not safe, especially during this period of time. A beast king in the depths of the mountain range is very violent. We don't know what happened, so it's safest for us to take an ordinary beast carriage. Ning Tianlu said. Naturally, no one had any objections. Everyone bought 2 beast carriages and drove them out of town. The exotic beast pulling the carriages was a type of unicorn. It was fast and had good endurance. The group hurried through the mountain forest. On the 5th day, everyone gathered around the bonfire. The girl called Gu Xian, looked at Lin Feng, and asked, "Are you also going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test?" Lin Feng hadn't thought that Gu Xian would take the initiative to talk to him. In fact, in the past few days, apart from Han Shuo and the young man called Lan Yang, Lin Feng basically didn't communicate with anyone else. The others obviously didn't have the interest to chat with a cultivator of the martial general level. However, since Gu Xian asked, Lin Feng nodded and said, "I heard that Nebula Pavilion is recruiting disciples. I plan to go take a look. I hope I can join." Gu Xian sneered and said, "It's true that Nebula Pavilion is recruiting disciples, but it doesn't recruit just anyone." Gu Xian's expression had a sense of superiority, which made Lin Feng quite unhappy, but he didn't refute her. Sun Ye said, "Of course, if someone recommends you with your strength, you might be able to enter and become an odd job disciple." "What's an odd job disciple?" Lin Feng asked. Sun Ye said, "To put it nicely, it's a disciple. To put it bluntly, it's an odd job disciple. However, even if it's an odd job disciple, not just anyone can become one. odd job disciples can also cultivate. If their performance is outstanding in the future, there's still hope for them to be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shaking beast roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The ground shook violently. It's a beast king, Gu Exion, and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. Nay, nay, nay. The two unicorns were so frightened that they went berserk. They immediately broke free from the ropes and rushed into the forest. Our unicorns! Sun Yair and the others' faces were very ugly. The unicorns had run away, so they could only walk for this part of the journey. This made it difficult for them, who had come from extraordinary families. The beast roared 3 times in a row. The mountains shook, and the ground cracked. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine what level of Beast King was in the depths of the mountain range. Even Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen the 3 Beast Kings besieging the old Qiongqi. Those 3 Beast Kings were abnormally strong, but they didn't seem to be as strong as this Beast King in the depths of the mountain range. He just didn't know why this Beast King was so restless. Fortunately, the beast roar only lasted for a few times before it disappeared. However, it was clear that today would be a sleepless night for everyone. The next morning, everyone gathered again and hurried on, but they could only choose to walk now because the 2 unicorns had already run away. When they passed through a valley, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet, and he could faintly sense a terrifying qi. Lin Feng's soul strength was equivalent to the 7th heavenly layer of the yin-yang realm. His senses were abnormally strong, so if there was any danger, he would be able to sense it in advance. However, the current situation was that Lin Feng felt oppressed, but he couldn't sense anything. There's something wrong here. Let's hide. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Gu Exion frowned and said, "What's wrong? You're so paranoid." Sun Yair curled her lips and said, "The 2 seniors at the 10th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm haven't said anything. You're just a cultivator at the Martial General realm? What are you trying to scare us with?" Maybe it's just some people who want to show off," Gu Jun said with a fake smile. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't intend to argue with these people, and instead flew into the distance. Han Shuo had a good relationship with Lin Feng, so he followed Lin Feng into the distance and hid behind a rock. Yu Fan whispered something to the old servant, and also flew towards Lin Feng and Han Shuo's hiding place. Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, Ning Tianlu, and the others also flew over. Gu Exion, and the other 2's expressions were ugly. They had just mocked Lin Feng, but they didn't expect the others to hide. As disciples of aristocratic families, they didn't understand the mentality of cultivators who had been training outside all year round. These cultivators had to be extra careful in order to survive. Lin Feng said that something was wrong here, so they would rather believe him. Being careful was a law of survival for cultivators. Gu Exion, Sun Yair, and Gu Jun could only fly towards where the others were hiding. Rumble. Not long after, there was an earth-shattering sound in the distance. A huge spaceship flew over. Gu Exion, sneered at Lin Feng and said, "Even a spaceship passed by here, and you said that something was wrong. You made us go through so much trouble. I don't know what you're thinking." Just as Gu Exion, voice fell, suddenly an incomparably terrifying aura came out of the canyon. Roar. The roar shook the mountains and the earth. A huge claw reached out from the valley. The claw was so big that it covered the sky. Beast King. When they saw the huge claw that blotted out the sky, everyone's face turned extremely pale. Now, everyone was glad that they didn't enter the canyon. If they really did, They might have died miserably at this moment. It's a beast king. Run. A terrified roar came from the spaceship. The spaceship fled into the distance, but it couldn't escape from the claw. The huge claw that blotted out the sky slammed down fiercely. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the spaceship exploded. Arg. Miserable screams rang out. Many cultivators exploded into a bloody mist. Some of the stronger cultivators, or those with magic treasures, didn't die immediately, but they were seriously injured. They all ran towards the surrounding forest in an attempt to escape. Whoosh! But at this moment, a terrifying suction force came from the canyon, sweeping up everyone who was running away. Then, the wreckage of the spaceship, the cultivators, and everything in the air were quickly sucked into the canyon by the suction force. Dead, they're all dead. Gu Xian screamed in horror. Her face had already turned pale, with fright. Sun Yair was also trembling in fear. Gu Jun was so scared that he couldn't move. The others were also very pale. The Beast King was too terrifying. There were probably thousands of cultivators on such a huge spaceship, but they were all killed and devoured by the Beast King in an instant. Roar! The Beast King that was hiding in the depths of the canyon let out an earth-shaking roar. Then it flew into the distance. The Beast King was too fast. Everyone could only see a shadow. They couldn't see the Beast King's body clearly. The Beast King had disappeared without a trace. Bastard, you're courting death. A furious roar came from the distance. A cultivator with a sword rushed towards the Beast King that was flying into the depths of the canyon. A big shot in the Yin-Yang realm. Gu Xian shouted excitedly. Chapter 480. That Beast King has finally angered the humans. It's going to be killed. Gu Jun shouted excitedly. Lin Feng was speechless. This pair of siblings really couldn't keep their cool. The Yin-Yang realm cultivator waved his sword and slashed out 100-meter-long sword light. In the sky, the 100-meter-long sword light cut through the air, emitting a terrifying aura. When the sword slashed down, it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, shattering heaven and earth. The Yin-Yang realm cultivator roared. The 100-meter-long sword light instantly slashed towards the Beast King shrouded in mist. Roar! The Beast King let out an earth-shattering roar. Then it waved its beast claw and slammed it down. Bang! The 100-meter-long sword light shattered. The huge claw slammed towards the Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Oh no! The Yin-Yang realm cultivator's expression changed. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. The huge beast claw slammed into his body. The Yin-Yang realm cultivator felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face became very pale. His body almost exploded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Gu Xian cried out in disbelief. That was an Yin-Yang realm cultivator of the human race, a high and mighty expert. He couldn't even block one attack from the Beast King? Gu Xian found it hard to believe. Whoosh! The Yin-Yang realm cultivator turned and fled. The Beast King roared and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Phew! Seeing the Beast King leave, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He rushed out from his hiding place. He looked as if he had just survived a disaster. He said, "Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been dead." "Yeah, it's all thanks to Brother Lin this time," Ning Tianlu and the others said hurriedly. After this incident, everyone's opinion of Lin Feng had changed slightly. They felt that Lin Feng might not be as bad as he appeared to be. After all, no one had discovered the danger, but Lin Feng had sensed the danger in advance. This was enough to explain some things. Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Gu Jun said in a strange tone. I was just lucky. What's the big deal? Lin Feng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Everyone continued on their way. 3 days later, the Beast King that had disappeared for a few days reappeared. This time, it was extremely irritable. Roar, roar, roar. Roars rang out incessantly. Many people's faces turned pale from the shock of the roars. What happened? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Previously, the Beast King's roar had shaken the forest, but it was not so crazy. But now, this Beast King seemed to have gone completely crazy. Very quickly, something terrifying happened in the latter half of the night. The entire ancient forest shook, and the roars of the beasts could be heard everywhere. Arg! Miserable shrieks came from the distance. Some cultivators were killed by ferocious beasts. Ning Tianlu flew to the top of a mountain and looked around. He saw an endless army of ferocious beasts wreaking havoc in the forest. His face was extremely pale and unsightly. Ning Tianlu hurriedly flew down. What's going on? Asked Gu Xian. Her face pale. Beast chaos, said Ning Tianlu gloomily. What? Beast chaos? Everyone's face turned pale. Beast chaos was the most terrifying thing because once it happened, hundreds of thousands or even millions of ferocious beasts would rampage through the forest. That was too terrifying. If they were only dealing with a few ferocious beasts, they might be able to handle it. But when faced with such a large number of ferocious beasts, even a yin-yang cultivator would be drowned. Are you all wearing Dharma robes? Let's fly, said Sunya, her face pale. Don't fly. It's more dangerous in the sky, said Lin Feng. What do you know? Scolded Gu Jun's son. Yeah. Also looked coldly at Lin Feng. If you want to die here, you can stay. They wanted to fly away, but a dozen cultivators had already soared into the sky. But soon they screamed in terror. Arg! What's that? The ferocious beasts in the sky flew over, their sharp claws piercing through the cultivators' bodies. A dozen cultivators were killed in an instant. When they saw this, Sunya, Gu Jun, and the others who had wanted to fly away turned pale. Rumble, rumble! The ground shook violently. Lin Feng said in a low voice, We can't stay here any longer. The horde of beasts is coming. But we have nowhere to run, said Ning Tianlu gloomily. Ning Tianlu said with a gloomy look, now that the jungle was full of ferocious beasts, there was no place to hide. Lin Feng said, Come with me. Why should we follow you? Said Gu Jun coldly. Shut up, shouted Ning Tianlu, Lan Yang, and the others coldly. Gu Jun, Sunya, and Gu Xian, had been mocking Lin Feng, but the three of them did not have any ability. They were scared out of their wits when they encountered danger. On the other hand, Lin Feng was very calm even in the face of danger. Ning Tianlu and the others were very impressed by his calmness. Lin Feng was not in the mood to pay attention to Gu Jun and the others. He said, Everyone don't stay here. Let's go. We need to find a place to cover us. Everyone nodded and followed behind Lin Feng. Roar! There was a roar, and a saber-toothed tiger rushed out of the forest at lightning speed, pouncing towards Gu Xian. Arg! Gu Xian was so scared that she screamed. She was so scared that she stood there and didn't dare to move. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. It was too late to save Gu Xian, or even if they wanted to. They were in a dangerous situation. Who would risk saving Gu Xian? The saber-toothed tiger was about to bite Gu Xian's head off, but at that moment, a figure appeared in front of Gu Xian. Pooh! There was a tearing sound, and the saber-toothed tiger's head was cut off. Its corpse fell to the ground. It's him. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. It was Lin Feng. He was too fast, so fast that the old servant and Ning Tianlu, who were at the 10th Martial King layer, could not react. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Was he really just a general cultivator? What are you waiting for? Run, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was speechless at Gu Exan. She was scared by the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Gu Exan came back to her senses and ran forward. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, a dozen saber-toothed tigers rushed out of the forest and pounced towards Lin Feng. Be careful! The rest of the people were shocked. These saber-toothed tigers were very fast. They had sharp claws and huge fangs. There was no way to avoid them. If one of them got close to you, you would die. Seeing those saber-toothed tigers pouncing towards Lin Feng, everyone's face turned pale. Chapter 481. Roar. Low roars resounded one after another. The dozen saber-toothed tigers exuded a cold and eerie aura. Some of the saber-toothed tigers opened their bloody mouths to bite Lin Feng, while others waved their sharp claws to grab Lin Feng. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the face of these saber-toothed tigers' attacks, Lin Feng looked indifferent. His attack speed was too fast. The black dragon sword in his hand swept out. Puff, sword chi shot out horizontally and horizontally, sweeping out. Puff, puff. A series of tearing sounds were heard. The saber-toothed tigers were instantly pierced through by Lin Feng's sword chi, and their corpses fell to the ground. So strong. Everyone's eyes widened, and they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to kill more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers in an instant. Then they thought of the amazing speed Lin Feng had shown before. This shocked and moved many people. Gu Jun and the others had bitter expressions. The person they had always looked down on was so powerful. They thought of their previous ridicule of Lin Feng. Now, it seemed that they had slapped their own faces. Brother Ning, you take the rear. I'll clear the path in front. Brother Yu, the old man next to you is in charge of the left. Brother Zhang, you're in charge of the rear. The rest of you must cooperate. Everyone must be careful. I'm afraid it will be more dangerous next. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. We know. Everyone nodded. At this time of crisis, Lin Feng's leadership temperament appeared again. Everyone seemed to take it for granted when he gave orders. Even the old servant and Ning Tianlu, who were in the martial king realm, nodded. Everyone quickly rushed into the distance. Roar, roar, roar. Low growls could be heard coming from all directions of the forest. Following that, huge figures pounced out one after another. Saber-toothed tigers. They were all saber-toothed tigers. Kill! Lin Feng shouted and waved his sword, slashing at the saber-toothed tigers. Puff, puff, one saber-toothed tiger after another was killed by Lin Feng. As for the rest of the people, they worked together to kill these saber-toothed tigers with all their might. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of saber-toothed tigers. There were only about 100 of them. After some of them were killed, the rest of the saber-toothed tigers retreated. These saber-toothed tigers had some intelligence. They realized that this team was too difficult to deal with. The crowd hadn't even heaved a sigh of relief when a dense pack of ferocious birds flew over from above. They were palm-sized birds with blood-red bodies. They had sharp claws and beaks. Bloodthirsty birds. Sun Yair cried out in horror when she saw the blood-red birds. The rest of the people's faces also turned deathly pale. Once a flock of bloodthirsty birds appeared, they would form a dense flock. Their beaks and claws could easily pierce through a human cultivator's body. Then, the flock of bloodthirsty birds would pounce and devour the human's flesh. This was also the type of ferocious beast that cultivators were most unwilling to see. Ferocious beasts that formed a large group of ferocious beasts were often more threatening than those that acted alone, but were more powerful. It's over. We're dead. Gujun was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Brother! Lan Qianqian's small face was also very pale. Don't worry, I'll protect you, said Lan Yang. From his pale face, one could tell that at that moment, Lan Yang's heart was also filled with fear. In the face of such a dense flock of bloodthirsty birds, there was no way to resist. Screech, the flock of bloodthirsty birds, let out ear-piercing screeches and quickly rushed over. Despair began to fill the air. Whoosh! At that moment, flames burned the sky and the earth. The dense flock of bloodthirsty birds was engulfed by the flames. They let out painful screeches as they were burned to death one by one. Flames, you're also an alchemist. Yu Fan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. What a powerful flame! It can even burn bloodthirsty birds to death. Lan Yang cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. The more they interacted with Lin Feng, the more astonished they were. Let's go, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He took the lead and ran away. The others didn't dare hesitate and followed behind Lin Feng. Countless bloodthirsty birds were burned to death by the flames. The bloodthirsty bird king let out an angry cry. Even though it was unwilling, it could only leave. Otherwise, it would cause even more casualties. There's a valley in front of us. Let's hide there. Sun Yair pointed in front of them. Lin Feng felt that hiding in the valley wasn't a wise choice. If the flock of bloodthirsty beasts came, they would be trapped there. But now, they were all exhausted. If they continued to run outside, it would be even more dangerous. Then let's go to the valley and rest, said Lin Feng. Whoosh! They quickly ran into the valley. Look, there's a cave. Lan Qianqian pointed at a cliff that was more than 10 meters high. Everyone jumped up and entered the cave. Lin Feng used a concealment spell to seal the cave. Brother Lin, you're also an alchemist? Asked Yu Fan in astonishment. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng had used the heavenly fire first, which meant that he was an alchemist. Now that he had used a concealment spell, he was obviously an alchemist. That was incredible. Not only was he an alchemist, but he was also a spiritual deployment caster. Yu Fan and the others could only smile wryly at that moment. In front of Lin Feng, they were all geniuses and felt ashamed. Gu Jun, Gu Exian, and Sun Yair, who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng before, looked even more embarrassed. They had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng before, but now that they thought about it, it felt like they were slapping their own faces. Lin Feng said, I know a thing or two about alchemy. Let's get some rest. We don't know what will happen later. Everyone nodded their heads. Naturally, they were all praying that the night would pass quickly. By tomorrow morning, the beast rampage would have subsided, and they would be able to make use of the time to rest. However, when dawn was about to arrive, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The roars of beasts and the roars of human cultivators could be heard coming from outside. Clearly, powerful wild beasts were fighting against powerful human cultivators. Rumble, the cave shook violently, and Lin Feng and the others woke up. Not good. The cave is going to collapse. Hurry up and get out, shouted Lin Feng. He removed the concealment spell and quickly rushed out. The others followed him. In the distance, a powerful cultivator was fighting against a ferocious beast. The cultivator slashed with his blade, and a 1,000-meter-long blade light slashed towards the ferocious beast, but the ferocious beast dodged it. Slash! The terrifying blade split the entire mountain range. This was a battle between an yin-yang cultivator and a beast king. There's more than one beast king here, exclaimed Sun Yair, her face pale. Lin Feng said, The one we saw yesterday was probably a beast emperor, or at least a quasi-beast emperor. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry up and leave." Everyone rushed into the distance, but they could still sense an eerie aura coming from the forest. Awoo. Then a huge wolf that was 5 to 6 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall jumped out. Not good. It's a wolf. A goldback wolf. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. Golden-backed gigantic wolves were known for their golden fur and their sturdy bodies. They were even more terrifying than gigantic wolves of the forest. The most terrifying thing was that they liked to attack in groups. When a gigantic wolf appeared, it wasn't as simple as one or a few gigantic wolves. Awoo, awoo, awoo. After the first howl, more and more howls could be heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After that, more and more golden wolves appeared. The ground shook violently. In the distance, there were so many golden wolves that they couldn't see the end of them. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They surrounded Lin Feng and the others. When the crowd saw that, they were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 482. Roar, low growls rang out one after another. When the gold-backed giant wolves appeared here, the other beasts had already run away in fear. No one dared to compete with the wolves for prey. Some of the fleeing cultivators were already pale with fright when they saw the gold-backed giant wolves. They quickly fled to other places. At a glance, the dense pack of gold-backed giant wolves had completely surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Roar! A low growl came from the depths of the wolf pack. "Wolf King, this is the signal to attack," the old servant said solemnly. Everyone gathered together. Lin Feng shouted. The 12 of them formed a circle back to back. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the wolf pack began to attack Lin Feng and the others. One by one, the gold-backed giant wolves pounced on them. The smell of blood rushed to their faces. The gold-backed giant wolves either opened their bloody mouths or stretched out their sharp claws, attacking Lin Feng and the others. Slash! Lin Feng shouted and swung the black dragon sword, slashing out. Puff! The black dragon sword instantly tore apart the gold-backed giant wolf's body. The others also swung their weapons and attacked the gold-backed giant wolves. The first wave of attack ended with all the gold-backed giant wolves being killed. The smell of blood seemed to have stimulated the remaining gold-backed giant wolves' ferocity, and they pounced on Lin Feng and the others in a frenzy. Crunch! A gold-backed giant wolf broke through Gu Jun's defense and bit Gu Jun's left arm. Gu Jun's left arm was bitten off. Ah! Gu Jun let out an incomparably shrill scream. Another gold-backed giant wolf pounced on Gu Jun. It opened its bloody mouth, and this time it directly bit Gu Jun's head. Puff! Gu Jun was about to be bitten to death by the gold-backed giant wolf, but at this moment, a dazzling sword light slashed down and beheaded the gold-backed giant wolf. "Stop Gu Jun's bleeding quickly," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. With a pale face, Gu Xian helped Gu Jun into the circle surrounded by everyone. She hurriedly stopped Gu Jun's bleeding and bandaged him. While stopping the bleeding, she cried, "What an idiot!" Zhang Chang could not help but curse in a low voice. Originally, Zhang Chang thought that Gu Jun was a descendant of an aristocratic family and had received extraordinary training since he was young. However, when it came to matters, he was too useless. On the other hand, Lin Feng, who had been mocked by Gu Jun several times before, did not reveal his true strength, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Roar! Another roar came from the depths of the wolf pack. Tens of thousands of gold-backed giant wolves roared. The attacks of the gold-backed giant wolves at the front were getting fiercer and fiercer. Puff! A golden-backed giant wolf clawed and scratched Lin Feng's arm, leaving a bloody mark. Blood immediately flowed out. Lin Feng's strong body was still injured by a golden-backed giant wolf. From this, one could see how terrifying the attacks of the gold-backed giant wolves were. The situation of the others was incomparably worse. Sun Yair was already seriously injured. Her abdomen had a very deep wound from a golden-backed giant wolf's claw. Her whole body was dyed red with blood, and she was so scared that she fainted. Yu Fan, Zhang Cheng, the old servant Ning Tianlu, Han Shuo, Lan Yang Lan Qianqian, and Yang Jijie all suffered moderate to light injuries. The attacks of the gold-backed giant wolves were getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Feng and the others were already feeling more and more tired. It was obvious that they could not hold on for much longer. Perhaps in less than an hour, they would all be buried in the belly of the wolves. Han Shuo gritted his teeth and said, "If the Wolf King does not die, we will not be able to break through. Brother Lin, I will go kill the Wolf King. If I die, help me send a message to the village. Tell them that I am unworthy of the village's training." After saying that, Han Shuo was about to rush into the wolf pack. Although Han Shuo's cultivation was not particularly high, at the crucial moment, he dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was brave and fearless. Lin Feng grabbed Han Shuo and said, "Brother, I think you should go home by yourself. You still have to return to your hometown in glory and let your family live a good life. I will go kill the Wolf King." "Brother Lin, I will go with you." Ning Tianlu clenched his teeth and said, he originally thought that his hot-bloodedness had already cooled, but now that he saw Lin Feng and Han Shuo's spirit and fearlessness, Ning Tianlu found that his blood was boiling. "No, I will go by myself. Don't worry, I will be fine." When Lin Feng finished talking, he jumped into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, unfurling his golden wings, Lin Feng turned into a golden blur and quickly flew into the depths of the wolf pack. So fast, everyone was shocked. Yu Fan shouted, "Everyone, we can't give up. Hold on a little longer. If Brother Lin is unlucky, we will fight the wolf pack to the death. Even if we die here, we will not be lonely on the road to hell." "Ha ha ha, that's right. Kill, kill, kill." Ning Tianlu roared and killed a gold-backed direwolf with a slash of his sword. But in the next moment, a gold-backed direwolf rushed in front of Ning Tianlu and viciously clawed at him with its sharp claws. Puff! A large piece of flesh was clawed off Ning Tianlu's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Ning Tianlu roared and kicked the gold-backed direwolf away. It was not just Ning Tianlu. At this moment, everyone else was in a bad situation, who wasn't covered in wounds. If it was any other time, they might have already given up and become food in the stomach of the gold-backed direwolves. But now, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were waiting for a miracle to appear in the depths of the wolf pack, even if it seemed completely impossible. But they had to persevere until the very last moment. How, one by one, the gold-backed direwolves pounced on Lin Feng, who was flashing in midair. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Feng quickly flew through the air, waving the black dragon sword in his hand. One by one, the gold-backed direwolves were killed. Finally, Lin Feng rushed into the depths of the wolf pack. He saw a wolf king covered in gold standing on top of a huge rock. Unlike the ordinary gold-backed direwolves, this direwolf king's body was not big. It was only about 1 meter tall and 2 meters long, much smaller than the other gold-backed direwolves. However, there were thousands of gold-backed direwolves around the direwolf king. Each of them was 10 meters long and 7 to 8 meters tall. Seeing those huge gold-backed direwolves, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Those thousands of gold-backed direwolves were extremely powerful. They should be at the level of the direwolf king's commander. To catch bandits, first catch the king. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. Once the direwolf king is killed, the wolf pack will become a sheet of loose sand and scatter. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly rushed toward the direwolf king. How? A 7 to 8 meter tall goldback direwolf leader roared and opened its bloody mouth. Buzz. The goldback direwolf leader condensed an energy ball in its bloody mouth. In the next moment, the destructive energy ball instantly shot out and blasted toward Lin Feng. Not good. These thousands of goldback direwolf leaders know how to use energy to attack from a distance. Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. There were thousands of goldback direwolf leaders who knew how to attack from a distance. It was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to get close to the direwolf king. Now, those goldback direwolf leaders quickly rushed in all directions and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face became extremely ugly. Being surrounded by thousands of goldback direwolf leaders who knew how to use energy to attack was simply a situation of certain death. Chapter 483. The terrifying energy attack swept over and instantly blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged in midair. Bang! The goldback giant wolf commander's energy attack did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it exploded in midair. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was too dangerous just now. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, and he managed to dodge the attack in time. In the distance, the goldback giant wolf king looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Its eyes were full of mockery. Seeing the glint in the eyes of the goldback giant wolf king, Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. The goldback giant wolf king already had extremely high intelligence. This was not a good thing for him. The goldback giant wolf king let out a low growl. It seemed to be giving some order. Immediately after, the thousands of goldback giant wolf commanders roared. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the goldback giant wolf king. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the goldback giant wolf king. However, at this moment, dozens of goldback giant wolf commanders opened their bloody mouths. One by one, balls of energy formed, and a terrifying fluctuation swept across the land. Boom, boom, boom. Following the surge of the terrifying energy fluctuation, huge balls of energy formed and blasted towards Lin Feng. This time was different from the previous time. The first attack was only from one goldback giant wolf commander. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to dodge the attack of the goldback giant wolf commander. However, this time, at least 30 goldback giant wolf commanders spat out balls of energy at the same time. There were balls of energy in all directions. Lin Feng had nowhere to hide. Devouring martial spirit. Facing the dense energy attack, Lin Feng frantically activated his devouring martial spirit. All 5 devouring martial spirits were activated. The dense energy attack instantly drowned Lin Feng. The violent energy wanted to tear Lin Feng's body apart. At this moment, the terrifying power of the devouring martial spirit was displayed. The devouring martial spirit emitted an extremely powerful devouring power. The violent energy was rapidly devoured by the devouring martial spirit. A large amount of the violent energy was devoured by the devouring martial spirit. The remaining violent energy bombarded Lin Feng's body, but was blocked by Lin Feng's body. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the explosion of light. He pushed his speed to the maximum and flew towards the goldback giant wolf king. Seeing Lin Feng rushing out from the center of the explosion, the goldback giant wolf commander, the goldback giant wolf commander, the giant wolf commander, giant wolf commander, the golden back giant wolf commanders knew that the wolf king was angry, and they all trembled in fear. After that, the golden wolves looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. It was this human brat. If not for him, why would the Wolf King be so angry? The gold-backed giant wolf commanders opened their bloody mouths and spat out numerous energy balls at Lin Feng. The devouring martial spirit frantically devoured the violent energy. However, the devouring martial spirit could not devour limitlessly. After devouring a large amount of energy balls, Lin Feng felt that the devouring martial spirit was gradually reaching saturation. The terrifying energy balls bombarded Lin Feng's body. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack, crack! His bones emitted violent grinding sounds. His bones seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Thousands of gold-backed giant wolf commanders were attacking. Even a Yin-Yang realm expert would be in danger if he fell into such a dangerous situation. Fortunately, Lin Feng's body was strong. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the gold-backed giant wolf commanders. What should I do? Am I really going to die at the hands of these gold-backed giant wolf commanders? Lin Feng's expression was very grave. The surroundings were filled with exploding energy balls. The attacks of the gold-backed giant wolf commanders were unceasing. One energy ball after another was spat out. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood. Lin Feng felt that he could not hold on any longer. Right, the black dragon sword. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the strange black dragon sword. The Fire Qilin had said that the black dragon sword was sealed. It needed to absorb a large amount of energy to display the black dragon sword's power. For example, Lin Feng had burned his blood essence in exchange for a large amount of energy to activate the black dragon sword. Now, wasn't this dense energy ball attack the purest form of energy? Lin Feng had thought that he was going to die, but now he was pleasantly surprised. Black dragon sword, come out! Lin Feng shouted. With a flash of light, the black dragon sword immediately flew out and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Blood essence as a guide. Divine sword awakens. Lin Feng directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence instantly burned, and a large amount of energy poured into the black dragon sword. The numerous runes on the black dragon sword started to distort. The mighty spirit of the black dragon. A deep roar came out of the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword spirit, a powerful black dragon, opened its eyes. Its power was slowly recovering, but soon, because of the lack of energy, the black dragon sword seemed to be about to fall into a deep sleep again. Black dragon, hurry up and devour the energy. Once again, display the black dragon sword's supreme power. Lin Feng shouted. The black dragon sword has been silent for too long. It's time to awaken. The black dragon sword let out a deep roar. The black dragon sword opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked in the energy like a whale sucking in an ox. The violent energy began to rush towards the black dragon sword and was completely devoured by the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy came, it would be devoured by the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword exuded an ancient aura that resembled the primordial times. The black dragon sword was a peerless divine weapon created in the immemorial era. Now, after devouring the energy balls of the 1,000 golden-back giant wolves, the black dragon sword had finally recovered some of its ancient power. Even if it was just a little bit of its ancient power, it was enough to destroy the world. Lin Feng raised the black dragon sword and rushed towards the golden-back giant wolf king. The golden-back giant wolf king's cold and sinister eyes were filled with disbelief. It had thought that Lin Feng would be killed. After all, that was the combined attack of over 1,000 golden-back giant wolves. Even a Yin-Yang cultivator would be seriously injured if not killed. As for that brat, he was just an ant in the martial general realm. Why? Why wasn't he killed? Why? Why did the energy balls disappear? Suddenly, the golden-back giant wolf king looked at the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand. The gigantic golden-backed wolf king sensed the danger and roared furiously. The other gigantic golden-backed wolf commanders threw themselves at Lin Feng. The gigantic golden-backed wolf king gave the order to attack Lin Feng. "All of you, die!" Lin Feng roared. He stood in the air, holding the black dragon sword with both hands, and slashed out. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the world. After the dragon's roar, a huge black dragon appeared in the air. Dragons might spread out. Tens of thousands of golden-backed giant wolves let out terrified cries. They directly lay on the ground, trembling. The army of beasts in the distance also screamed in fear and fled towards the depths of the forest. Heavens! That's Yufan, Ning Tianlu, and the others looked at Lin Feng and the black dragon floating above Lin Feng's head in shock. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Feng's sword condensed into a 1,000-foot-long sword ray. It seemed to tear the world apart as it blasted towards the golden-back giant wolf king. Awoo! The golden-back giant wolf king let out a terrified cry. It fled into the distance, but it couldn't avoid Lin Feng's sword. Pooh! The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. The golden-backed giant wolf king was directly hit by the 1,000-foot-long sword ray. Its golden body was torn in half, and blood spurted out. The wolf king's blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 484. Ayo! When the wolf king was beheaded, the densely packed gold-backed giant wolf commanders all let out terrified cries. The golden-backed giant wolf commanders fled into the distance. When they saw the wolves running away, the wolves stopped attacking Yufan and the others. Rumble! One by one, the giant wolves fled into the distance, causing the earth to shake violently. A few miles away on a mountain peak, when the 10 black-robed men saw this, their expressions turned gloomy. Damn it, the Wolf King was killed. What kind of weapon is that? It's quite powerful. The leader of the black-clothed men had an extremely gloomy expression. There were 2 leaders in that group. The other one said, "It's a powerful treasure. It absorbed the energy of the wolves to release such a terrifying attack. It must be a sealed treasure." I think it's a sealed treasure. If it's a sealed treasure, its value will be greatly reduced. It won't be easy to activate it. There are many restrictions, and it'll consume a lot of energy. The first leader of the black-clothed men said, "Since the wolves couldn't kill our target, it's our turn to attack," said the second leader. The second leader of the men in black said, "Let's do it." The first black-robed man nodded and took the lead to rush out. The rest of the black-robed men quickly followed suit. From the words of these people, it seemed that the golden-backed giant wolves were most likely attracted by these mysterious black-clothed men. After the black dragon sword's terrifying attack, everything returned to normal. Lin Feng was speechless. That enormous amount of energy had only been enough to activate the black dragon sword once. However, when he thought about how the black dragon sword had recovered a trace of the primordial divine sword's divine might, the attack it had unleashed was truly terrifying. But it was too difficult to activate that kind of attack. Even though Lin Feng could normally activate the black dragon sword to attack, it could only be considered an ordinary attack. The attack just then had been activated using the black dragon sword's ancient strength. The difference between the two of them was unimaginable. Lin Feng moved towards Yufan, Ning Tianlu, and the others. At this moment, the few of them had yet to recover from the deep shock. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng's voice pulled them back to reality from their stupor. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Han Shuo grinned. I didn't think that we would still be alive. It's all thanks to Brother Lin. Otherwise, we would have been dead. That's right. I really have to thank Brother Lin for saving my life. Ning Tianlu also said with a smile. Yufan said, Brother Lin, you've saved us time and time again. We'll remember your kindness forever. Lin Feng smiled and said, Since we're all together, we're all comrades. We'll live and die together, so there's no need to thank me. Lin Feng then looked at Gu Jun, Sunya, and Gu Xian, and asked, Are you all right? The three people's faces were pale as they shook their heads and said, We're fine. However, from their pale faces, it could be seen that the three of them had yet to recover from their shock. Gu Jun's left arm had been bitten off. He seemed to feel that his future was bleak, and his face was ashen. Lin Feng was not in the mood to pay attention to them. He said, We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Everyone nodded and was about to leave. Screech, at that moment, a long cry came from the distance. It was a rather strange sound. It sounded like a beast's cry, but it also sounded like a human mimicking a beast's cry. Lin Feng's perception was very strong, so he noticed the strangeness of the cry. He couldn't help but frown, but he didn't think too much about it. However, at that moment, Lin Feng saw Yang Jijia rush towards Yufan. A dagger appeared in Yang Jijia's hand, and he stabbed towards Yufan. Not good. That cry was a code word. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had been on guard the whole time, so when Yang Jijia attacked, Lin Feng reacted. He kicked Yang Jijia. Bang. The kick landed on Yang Jijia's wrist. Crack. Yang Jijia's wrist was broken by Lin Feng's kick. Yang Jijia let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed, and they didn't know what had happened. At that moment, Yufan came back to his senses. He looked at Lin Feng gratefully and said, Brother Lin, you saved my life again. Lin Feng said, I don't know why this person attacked you. Yufan's expression was uncertain. He seemed to have some suspicions, or perhaps he had some ideas. Elderly, Yufan looked at the old servant beside him. The old servant nodded and walked towards Yang Jijia. The old servant said gloomily, Tell me the mastermind behind this, or you'll die. Yang Jijia sneered. In the next moment, black blood flowed out of the corner of Yang Jijia's mouth. He fell to the ground, dead. The old servant examined him and said, Young master, this person hid poison in his teeth. After he was exposed, he bit open the poison sac and killed himself. Lin Feng thought to himself. It seemed that Yufan's identity wasn't simple. Someone had been lurking around him, trying to assassinate him. Lin Feng thought about the whistling sound, and his expression changed. Yang Jijia probably had accomplices nearby. He said in a low voice, Let's go, it's dangerous here. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They believed Lin Feng's words without a doubt. But even if Lin Feng and the others wanted to leave, it was too late. Silhouettes were coming from the distance. 10 black-clothed people flew over and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Who are you? Gu Xian asked with a pale face. She could feel a dense killing intent from these people. That killing intent made her feel like her soul was trembling. These black-clothed people were definitely a group of people who killed without batting an eyelid. Men of sacrifice. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He could sense that these black-clothed people weren't afraid of death. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to complete a mission. Our target is him. If you want to live, piss off, said the leader of the black-clothed people coldly. Everybody looked at the leader of the black-clothed people. It was Yufan. I knew he wouldn't let me go so easily, said Yufan. Yufan's expression was extremely gloomy. Those two are yin-yang men of sacrifice. Lin Feng pulled a long face. He wouldn't have thought that two yin and yang cultivators would be sent to kill Yu Fan. That was too much. Brother Yu, it's not that we don't want to help you, but they're too strong. If we stay, we'll die. Zhang Cheng bowed hand over fist and ran away. Let's go. Gu Jun, Sunya, and Gu Xian also ran away. Brother Yu, we're really sorry. Lan Yang and Lan Qianqian also ran away. Only Lin Feng, Han Shuo, and Ning Tianlu were left behind. What, do the three of you want to die here? Said the leader of the black-clothed people, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 485. Ning Tianlu's expression was also uncertain. Ning Tianlu was quite forthright, but in the face of such a situation, staying was no different from courting death. Ning Tianlu was already very loyal to his friends by staying until now. Brother Ning, Brother Lin, Brother Han, please leave quickly. Don't lose your life because of me. Yu Fan cupped his fist and said. His face was very calm, as if he knew that he couldn't escape death and stopped struggling. However, Lin Feng could still see a deep sense of unwillingness in Yu Fan's eyes. Ning Tianlu clenched his teeth and said, Brother Yu, I'm really sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why aren't you two leaving? The leader of the black-clothed men looked coldly at Lin Feng and Han Shuo. Brother Lin, Brother Han, leave quickly. Yu Fan urged. Han Shuo's face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Lin Feng said, abandoning your companions in the face of danger. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I can't do that either, Han Shuo said. Brother Lin, Brother Han. Yu Fan looked at Lin Feng and Han Shuo. He was touched. He had the urge to give his heart to them. However, Yu Fan knew that they were already in a situation where death was inevitable. He couldn't implicate Lin Feng and Han Shuo and die in the hands of these people. Yu Fan knew how terrifying these black-clothed men were. Seeing that Yu Fan was about to say something, Lin Feng interrupted him and said, Brother Yu, don't say anything for now. The words that Yu Fan wanted to blurt out were temporarily swallowed back into his stomach. Lin Feng walked towards Yu Fan step by step. At the same time, he looked at the black-clothed men cautiously. Lin Feng said, That long howl just now was from you, right? You must have contacted Yang Jijie and ordered him to attack Yu Fan. Is that what you did? Kid, you're smart, but smart people don't live long. The leader of the black-clothed men sneered. I'm guessing that the wolves were attracted by you. Lin Feng said indifferently. The two black-clothed men's leaders were astonished. This matter was done very cleverly. Even the spies in Lin Feng's group didn't know about it. We want to, but unfortunately, we don't have the ability, the second leader of the men in black said. Lin Feng smiled. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, but I know something very important. What is it? The leader of the black-robed men asked. He couldn't help but frown. He always felt that this kid in front of him was a little strange, even though his cultivation wasn't high, and he was a small fry that he could easily kill with a flick of his hand. But for some reason, when he saw this kid, he always had a strange feeling. As for what that feeling was, he couldn't put his finger on it. That is, Lin Feng deliberately paused for a moment. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly burst into action. He condensed the Sky Tyrant Thunder art and ruthlessly attacked the old servant beside Yu Fan. Brat, how dare you? The old servant roared angrily, but it was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Lin Feng's attack instantly landed on the old servant's body. Even though the old servant was at the 10th celestial layer of Martial King, he was caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden sneak attack. Even the old servant would not be able to withstand this attack. Crack! Crack! The old servant's chest bones exploded. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. His whole body twitched. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Yufan was shocked and furious at the same time. He shouted angrily, "Brother Lin, what are you doing? This person is a spy. He deserves to die." Lin Feng looked indifferent. "What? You're saying that Elderly is a spy? No, that's impossible. Elderly has been with me for 10 years. He's been with me since I was 6 years old. How could he be a spy?" Yufan couldn't believe it. "When young Jijia attacked you, this old servant was right next to you. With his cultivation, how could he not have reacted? When I tried to stop young Jijia, this old thing didn't react at all. If I hadn't done anything, you would have been killed by young Jijia, and this old servant of yours would have watched you die miserably." Lin Feng looked coldly at Yufan. This was a huge blow to Yufan. After all, the old servant had been with him for 10 years. The person who had been with him day and night was actually the person who wanted to kill him. To anyone, this was a heavy blow. Yufan's performance was much better than Lin Feng had expected. At that moment, he seemed to believe Lin Feng's words. He looked at the old servant and asked bitterly, "Why? Elderly, I've never treated you as a servant. I even treated you like my grandfather. Why do you want to harm me?" The old servant smiled miserably and said, "A servant doesn't serve two masters. A servant doesn't serve two masters. You and Yufan have been master and servant for 10 years. Yufan has always treated you like family. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Yufan treated you like his grandfather, but you still want to kill him. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the old servant. "Little bastard, you've ruined my plans. I'll kill you." The old servant roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Pooh! A flying sword slashed out and pierced through the old servant's chest. "Prince, you want to kill me?" The old servant looked at Yufan in disbelief. Yufan's eyes were filled with tears. "Elderly, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I can't watch you kill my friend. I really can't. I can only kill you." "Ha ha ha." The old servant looked up to the sky and laughed, then fell to the ground, dead. "Little brat, you're as smart as a demon. But today you'll all die." The two black-clothed men's faces were filled with killing intent. They were about to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, dozens of jade talismans were thrown out by Lin Feng. Bang! 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 The jade talismans exploded one after another, and the surroundings were immediately filled with fog. These were some illusory formations that Lin Feng had drawn himself. He had used all of them to temporarily trap the black-clothed men. "Let's go," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then turned around and ran away. There were 2 Yin-Yang realm experts on the other side. He, Yufan, and Han Shuo were like ants in front of them. Yufan and Han Shuo were shocked. They turned around and ran away. "Talismans! Damn it! We were tricked by that little brat. Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces." The 2 black-clothed men's furious roars came from the illusory formation. Bang! 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 Violent waves of energy surged out from the formation. Although the talismans that Lin Feng had thrown out had all turned into illusory formations, they were all simple. Unfortunately, these illusory formations were all simple formations that couldn't trap an Yin-Yang realm expert. In just a few dozen breaths, the illusory formations were torn apart. 10 black-clothed men rushed out. The 2 black-robed men's eyes were extremely gloomy, and their expressions were savage. They were Yin-Yang realm experts, yet they had been schemed against by a general realm cultivator. This made them very depressed. Chase, capture them, burn their bones, and scatter their ashes. The two black-clothed men's leaders said with hatred. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 486. The Beast Rampage is over. If there's another Beast Rampage, we can use it to stop those guys. Lin Feng frowned. He had a bad feeling because they would catch up to them sooner or later. Why don't we split up? Even if they catch up, they'll chase after me. You'll be safe. Yu Fan said. How can we do that? Han Shuo was an honest man. He didn't know how to refute. It was just a few simple words. However, he could see Han Shuo's character and knew that he was someone worth befriending. Lin Feng said, Brother, you don't think that way. Do you think we'll be safe if we split up? That's just wishful thinking. The two black-clothed men were completely enraged and won't let any of us go. If we split up, we'll be safe. If we split up, we'll die a horrible death. Yu Fan nodded and said, I didn't think it through. 15 minutes later, a terrifying aura came from the distance. 10 black-clothed men had caught up to them. You can't escape. An eerie voice sounded as the 10 black-clothed men emitted a cold aura. They were like death gods that had walked out of hell. They've caught up. Han Shuo's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Escaping from 2 Yin-Yang realm experts and 8 10th level martial kings was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He had to think of a way to get rid of them, because running aimlessly like this would only lead to death. One of the black-clothed men said sinisterly, It's useless. In this dense forest, only death awaits you. Fifth Prince, do you still want to run? Don't run. You're fated to die at our hands. The second black-clothed man laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Fifth Prince, it seemed that Yu Fan's identity wasn't simple. Could it be that he was being chased because of the fight for the throne? That was very likely. Lin Feng knew that there was no such thing as affection in the imperial family. For the throne, brothers would turn against each other. Killing one's father or brother wasn't uncommon. The men of sacrifice chasing after them might have been sent by Yu Fan's brother. However, there were 2 Yin-Yang realm experts among these men of sacrifice. From this, it could be seen that the power behind Yu Fan was definitely not simple. It might be some ancient power like the ancient celestial dynasty. Although some ancient immortal dynasties were not as powerful as the 4 ancient dynasties, they had a long history and were filled with experts. Yu Fan's face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Both sides were running and chasing, but the distance between them was constantly closing. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before they were caught up. Lin Feng said in a low voice, No, if this goes on, those people will catch up to us very soon. Let's go to the Beast Emperor's territory, and if we're lucky, we might be able to use the Beast Emperor's might to shake off these people. Yu Fan and Lin Feng nodded and followed him into the depths of the forest. The other black-clothed men were in hot pursuit. They seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's plan. Their expressions darkened as they sped up. Lin Feng and the other 2 also desperately pushed their speed to the limit. Roar! When they reached the depths of the forest, an earth-shaking roar resounded through the clouds. A ferocious beast shrouded in mist collided violently with a human expert in the void. The beast's roar shook the mountains and rivers, causing the earth to shake. It opened its mouth and spat out endless black mist. The black mist transformed into a dense pack of fierce beasts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the human expert. Heavens, what kind of ability is this? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. The existence shrouded in mist was the powerful Beast Emperor that had started the Beast Rampage. Beast Emperor Xingzun. You started the beast rampage and killed countless innocent people. Today, Nebula Pavilion only sent me here to ask you to stop. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, Nebula Pavilion will have no choice but to eliminate you." The human race expert roared and waved his hand. A star river world appeared, and countless stars came crashing down. The attacks of both sides collided, and both sides were annihilated. "It's an almighty expert." Lin Feng was shocked. This was an expert who had surpassed the Yin-Yang realm. Only experts who had surpassed the Yin-Yang realm could be called almighty. The expert from Nebula Pavilion in front of them was such an almighty expert. He looked down on the experts of the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. "You despicable humans. You stole a beast emperor's egg. I'll kill you all." The beast emperor roared furiously. It once again charged towards the human expert. No wonder the beast emperor started the beast rampage. It's because the beast emperor's egg was stolen. Yu Fan was shocked. It was very difficult for beast emperors to lay eggs. For fierce beasts, the stronger they were, the harder it was for them to give birth. It was normal for the beast emperor to be furious when the beast emperor's egg was stolen. No one knew who did it, but this incident had implicated many innocent people and caused them to die tragically. The experts of Nebula Pavilion and the beast emperor once again engaged in a fierce battle, and it was hard to tell who was winning. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion shouted, "Nebula Pavilion will help you investigate this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Han Shuo said, "Why is Nebula Pavilion so tolerant of the Beast Emperor? Even if the Beast Emperor is comparable to an almighty existence, this is Nebula Pavilion's territory." Yu Fan said, "These Beast Emperors aren't simple either. Some of them have complicated forces behind them. If the demon race is involved, even Nebula Pavilion will have to be wary." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Many things aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. This Beast Emperor might have some kind of beneficial relationship with Nebula Pavilion. All right, I will give you 3 months. If you can't find anything, I will activate the Beast Emperor's egg and attack Nebula City." The Beast Emperor's cold voice rang out. It then flew into the distance and disappeared into the depths of the forest. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion stood in the air and frowned slightly. "Brat, you can't escape." In the distance, 10 black-clothed men were chasing after them. They looked at Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo with sinister smiles. Seeing these people chasing after them, Lin Feng and the other two's expressions changed greatly. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion also saw the situation here. He obviously had no intention of paying attention and turned to leave. "Senior, we are all disciples of aristocratic families who came to join Nebula Pavilion. I don't know how we offended these villains, but they actually chased after us. Please save us," Lin Feng shouted loudly. Disciples who want to join Nebula Pavilion?" The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng and the other two suspiciously. These 3 were actually being chased by Yin-Yang cultivators, which made him suspicious. Lin Feng said, "We obtained some opportunities which caused these people to spy on us. We would rather give them to you." "Oh, what opportunities?" The Almighty's eyes lit up slightly. "We obtained a secret soul technique, which is why we were chased." Lin Feng said, "Secret soul technique. Great, quickly give it to me." The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion was delighted. Nebula Pavilion was most proficient in secret soul techniques, and the upper echelons of Nebula Pavilion were constantly collecting secret soul techniques to expand the inheritance in Nebula Pavilion's Divine Ability Hall. Lin Feng gave Yu Fan and Han Shuo a look, and the 3 of them quickly flew toward the Almighty from Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng handed over the secret technique, Sword of the Soul. He now cultivated the more powerful secret soul technique. Small soul man hugs the sword, so he no longer needed the sword of the soul. Giving it to the Almighty from Nebula Pavilion wasn't a big deal. As long as it could get them out of this danger, everything was worth it. Sword of the Soul. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion flipped through a few pages and smiled. Not a bad secret technique. You guys are quite thoughtful. Senior, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. A black-clothed leader said in a gloomy voice. How do I do things? Do I need you to point fingers at me? These 3 people may very well become disciples of my Nebula Pavilion in the near future. You dare to even chase after my Nebula Pavilion disciples? You really don't know what's good for you. Get the hell away from me, or else I'll make sure you die a horrible death today. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion said coldly. The black-clothed men felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't bear the anger of an Almighty. The 2 black-clothed leaders looked at each other, their expressions extremely gloomy. However, they didn't dare to stay and led the rest of their people away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 487. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will definitely remember your kindness after entering Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng cupped his fists gratefully. That's right, that's right. Han Shuo nodded vigorously. I also have a treasure to give to Senior. I obtained it by chance and have no use for it. I hope Senior can kindly accept it. Yufan took out a jade box as he spoke. The Almighty opened the jade box and saw a thumb-sized silver white, or inside. He saw that there were spots in the silver white or that looked like tears. Immortal Tear Qilin iron. The Almighty's expression changed. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this Immortal Tear Qilin iron before. It was rumored to be an unparalleled divine stone that could be forged into powerful Dao weapons. Although it was only the size of a thumb, it was still priceless. Lin Feng sighed. This Yufan was indeed from an ancient immortal dynasty. He was actually able to take out such a treasure to show respect to this Almighty. Lin Feng knew that entering a sect was bound to be difficult. If he could build a good relationship with the upper echelons of the sect, then he would have a meteoric rise in the sect in the future. Lin Feng had first offered the secret technique, Sword of Souls, which made the Almighty have a good impression of him. Now that Yufan had offered this Immortal Tear Qilin iron, the Almighty's impression of the 3 of them improved greatly. I hope this item will be of use to Senior. Yufan said respectfully. The Almighty put away the item without leaving a trace and said with a smile, You are all considerate. You came to Nebula Pavilion together to participate in the test. Are you friends? Yes. The 3 of us have experienced many life and death situations together. We are friends who can entrust our lives to each other. Yufan said. The Almighty expert nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. The factions in the sect are complicated. It's best to have a few trustworthy friends. Did you bring a letter of recommendation when you came to the sect to take the test? The sect's test clearly wasn't something that just anyone could participate in. Yufan said, I did. Han Shuo nodded and said, Yes, I do. As he spoke, he was about to take it out, but the expert could tell that Han Shuo was rather slow. He waved his hand and said, You don't need to show it to me. Lin Feng didn't have any recommendation letter. He thought that the sect's test was open, so who knew that they would need a recommendation letter? He made up a small lie and said, In the previous battle, one of my storage bags was stolen by those thieves, and my letter of introduction was also stolen. The Almighty being replied, If that's the case, then it's fine. As he spoke, he took out a talisman. The Almighty imprinted a few runes on the talisman, and the talisman became a formation talisman. He handed the formation talisman to Lin Feng and said, "When the time comes, just give the formation talisman to the attendant. You guys take the test well. I believe that with your abilities, joining Nebula Pavilion won't be a problem, but as for whether you can achieve anything in the future, that will depend on your own efforts." This Almighty was talking nonsense. First of all, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the martial general realm. It shouldn't be easy for him to join Nebula Pavilion. Of course, that was for normal martial generals. Joining might not be easy, but for Lin Feng, it definitely wouldn't be a problem. However, others didn't know Lin Feng's true situation, and this Almighty from Nebula Pavilion obviously didn't know either. As for Han Shuo, he was stupid, so it probably wouldn't be easy for him to pass the test properly. However, this almighty being in front of them actually said, "With your abilities, joining Nebula Pavilion won't be a problem." What did this mean? This meant that when the time for the test came, this almighty being would definitely inform the elders in charge of the assessment beforehand and allow Lin Feng, Yufan, and Han Shuo to automatically pass the sex test. Perhaps this was what it meant to be benevolent to others. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." The almighty being waved his hand and swept Lin Feng and the other two into the distance. In the forest a few miles away, a group of black-clothed men had extremely ugly expressions. How despicable. It's all because of that little bastard. He's too cunning. A black-clothed leader said fiercely, wishing that he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Looks like we'll have to lay low for a while. I don't believe that the 5th prince won't come out. We'll kill him when he leaves the city." The second black-clothed leader said. The first black-clothed leader laughed sinisterly. "And that little bastard, if it wasn't for him, we would have already completed our mission." The second black-clothed leader nodded and said, "When the time comes, we'll definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he cursed in his heart. Was some bastard scheming against him? "What's wrong?" Yufan asked softly. Lin Feng shook his head. This almighty being from Nebula Pavilion was too fast. He brought Lin Feng and the other two to Nebula City in 6 hours. "The test will be in 10 days. Find a place to rest in Nebula City first. After 10 days, bring your recommendation letter or token to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test." The almighty being said meaningfully. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly said, "Yes." The almighty being nodded and left. "Looks like it won't be a problem for us to join Nebula Pavilion." Yufan let out a long breath. Han Shuo said doubtfully, "Won't be a problem? We haven't participated in the test yet." Lin Feng and Yufan looked at each other and smiled. Han Shuo's blockhead really made them want to laugh. Lin Feng and the other two entered Nebula City. This city was grand and magnificent, like an ancient giant beast living on the ground. It gave people a heavy feeling of oppression. It was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 great ancient cities of the desolate region. Nebula City was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the street near Nebula Pavilion. This was the most bustling place because every year many cultivators would come to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test. Everyone would choose to live near Nebula Pavilion. At the center of Nebula City, there was an endless stretch of palaces. That was the encampment of Nebula Pavilion. Countless people were looking inside Nebula Pavilion. They were very curious about this ancient power, but no one dared to barge into Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng and the other two found an inn to stay in. "Is this where Nebula Pavilion's encampment is? Cultivating here is a blissful thing," Han Shuo said excitedly as he stood in the pavilion on the top floor of the inn and looked at Nebula Pavilion's encampment. At this time, a laugh sounded. "Everyone has just arrived at Nebula City, right?" It was a young master. Lin Feng and the others nodded. The Nebula Pavilion in Nebula City is only the outer court of Nebula Pavilion. The outer court disciples and outer court disciples cultivate in the outer court, while the inner court of Nebula Pavilion is in a mysterious place surrounded by dragon veins. It is a holy land for cultivation, and also the ancestral land of Nebula Pavilion. It is not within Nebula City. The inner court disciples and core disciples will enter the ancestral land of Nebula Pavilion to cultivate. Although they are both places where Nebula Pavilion cultivates its disciples, the difference in the world's spirit energy between these two places is at least 10 times. What? 10 times difference in the world's spirit energy? Doesn't this mean that the cultivation speed is also 10 times different? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. As expected, the competition between these large sects was extremely cruel. It was obvious that the proportion of disciples who could cultivate in Nebula Pavilion's ancestral land was extremely small. Chapter 488. The young master smiled and said, "I'm Mo Xiaoxia. How should I address you?" Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Han Shuo. So it's Brother Lin, Brother Yu, and Brother Han. Seeing that you're here to observe Nebula Pavilion, I presume that you're also here to cultivate? Mo Xiaoxia asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's indeed the case." "Haha, me too. It's fate that we met. In a bit, there will be a few friends coming to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test as well. Do you want to come with me to meet them? If they see everyone, they will definitely be very happy." Mo Xiaoxia smiled. Mo Xiaoxia's character was not bad, so Lin Feng and the others could not refuse. They nodded and said, "Thank you for your recommendation, Brother Mo." Mo Xiaoxia smiled and said, "You're all too courteous. Once we become disciples of Nebula Pavilion, we'll be fellow disciples and we'll have to interact more." Lin Feng and the others replied, "Yes." There were even more rules in a large sect. Moreover, this was a place where strength mattered. Only those who were strong and talented would have the sect spend effort to nurture them. If you didn't have talent, the sect would naturally give up on you. Moreover, in a sect like this, scheming against each other was commonplace. Thus, they needed to be united. Only by being united would they not be bullied by others. Many of the new disciples would form groups. At night, under Mo Xiaoxia's recommendation, Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo met the friends that Mo Xiaoxia had mentioned. There were 6 of them in total. It was obvious that they were all disciples of aristocratic families. Of the 6, 4 were males and 2 were females. The white-clothed youth was called Wu Yang. He was very handsome and had the aura of a young master from the secular world. The blue-clothed youth had a medium build and a somewhat cold expression. He didn't seem easy to get along with. He was called Shui Sun. The one dressed in martial arts clothes was a youth who looked about 15 or 16 years old. He was called Yang Yu. The 4th youth was dressed in a loose robe and looked very refined. He was called Song Saijia. Of the 2 females, the pretty girl in a light yellow dress was called Mo Miaoling. Sitting beside Mo Miaoling was a woman wearing a long red dress. She had a voluptuous figure, and her entire body exuded a seductive aura. She was called Shui Xinqi. These 6 people stood up when they saw Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Han Shuo, and Mo Xiaoxia. Mo Xiaoxia smiled and said, "This is Brother Lin Feng, this is Brother Yu Fan, and this is Brother Han Shuo." Mo Xiaoxia then introduced his 6 companions to Lin Feng's group. Everyone greeted each other and sat down. "Brother Lin, you're a general. I'm afraid you won't even be able to pass the first round." Shui Sun said indifferently. When he saw that Lin Feng was only a martial general, he could not help but look down on him. Mo Xiaozong's expression did not look too good. He felt that Shue Sun should not have said such things, so he tried to smooth things over. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. In the past, some cultivators at the martial general realm also passed the test. Shue Sun nodded and did not say anything else. Mo Xiaozong was a very lively person. With him around, the gathering went quite smoothly. Everyone talked about their experiences, but it was obvious that many people were bragging. For example, the young man called Wu Yang said that he had obtained a powerful treasure from a cave and had been chased by an Yinyang realm expert for half a month. In the end, he had escaped from the Yinyang realm cultivator. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was completely unreliable. Wu Yang was a 5th heavenly layer martial king, which was quite powerful. However, with his cultivation, escaping from an Yinyang realm expert was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would be good if he could last for 3 days, but he had actually lasted for half a month. Of course, Lin Feng did not expose Wu Yang because the others, including Mo Xiaozong, were all talking about their own amazing experiences and fortuitous encounters. The woman called Shui Xinqi looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Lin, did you have any fortuitous encounters or experiences? Why don't you tell us about it?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm usually cultivating, so I don't go out much. That's why I don't have any special experiences." Everybody looked at Lin Feng as if it were a matter of course. They all thought that Lin Feng had been lucky or had seen something extraordinary. Wu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you should go out more often. You should go to more dangerous places to gain experience. For example, if you train in the wild forest for half a year, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. If you just cultivate, your progress will be slow. Thank you for your advice, Brother Wu. I'll pay more attention in the future," Lin Feng said. Wu Yang felt that Lin Feng was very tactful, so he was flattered. Wu Yang was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. When he heard Lin Feng's flattery, he smiled and said, "You're quite talented. Listen to me, and you'll definitely break through to the martial king realm in the future." After the banquet, everyone returned to their rooms and stayed in the same inn. Thump, thump, thump. Before going to bed, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng said, "Come in," and Yufan pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for Yufan and smiled. "Brother Yu, do you have something to say to me?" Yufan closed the door and said, "Brother Lin, aren't you curious about the people who tried to kill me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I don't care about that. It's enough for me to know that you're my friend." A hint of warmth appeared in Yufan's eyes. He said, "Actually, I'm the 5th prince of the Ashcloud ancient celestial dynasty in the Nethercloud prefecture." Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just listened carefully. Yufan said, "My father was injured while exploring a secret realm and had to go into seclusion for 1,000 years. No one knew whether he could recover or not. After he went into seclusion, he asked my eldest brother to temporarily take over the government. Who would have thought that 3 years ago, my eldest brother would be assassinated while he was out? After that, my second brother took over, but a year ago, my second brother's cultivation went berserk and he became insane. Thus, my third brother took over the reins of power." Yufan's eyes turned cold. He continued, "After my third brother took over the reins of power, a few of my brothers met with mishaps. They either had problems with their cultivation or ran into trouble outside. My mother was worried about my safety, so she secretly sent me out of the palace. I crossed many prefectures and came to the wasteland to cultivate." Lin Feng said, "But even though you came to the wasteland, the third prince didn't want to let you go. I'm guessing that the third prince is a very suspicious person. If he wants to take over the reins of power, he wants to get rid of all the people who can threaten him. Yufan nodded. His eyes were filled with hatred. After the third prince found out that my mother had sent me out, he poisoned her and chased me all the way. I thought I would die in the forest, but I didn't expect that Brother Lin would save me. Lin Feng noticed that Yufan's fists were clenched. His fingernails had already pierced his skin and blood was flowing out. His mother had sent him out of the palace, but when he found out that she had died, he couldn't take revenge. The enemy who had killed his mother was his half-brother. Lin Feng could understand the hatred in Yufan's heart. He patted Yufan and said, "Live well. No matter what you want to do in the future, I will support you. However, you have to wait until you have the strength to do what you want to do." "All right." Yufan nodded. His eyes were filled with determination. Although he was only 16 years old, Yufan had experienced a lot. He had grown up a lot and had become stronger. Yufan knew that he had to be strong, especially when he was in a sect. No matter how hard it was, no matter how tired he was, he had to persevere. He still hoped that one day he would be able to go back to his homeland to pay his respects to his mother. He wanted to make those who had harmed his mother pay. The child wanted to raise his parents, but the parents were gone. Perhaps that was the greatest sorrow in life. Chapter 489. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed as he circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Streams of Archean dragonesque elephant energy flowed through his body, nourishing it. Lin Feng had set up a spiritual array in the room, and a large number of high-grade spirit stones were piled up. The entire room was filled with dense spirit energy. Waves of spirit energy flowed into Lin Feng's body and were absorbed by Lin Feng. While Lin Feng was absorbing the spirit energy in the room, the heavenly star Soul Jade on Lin Feng's waist also emitted pure energy. It flowed into Lin Feng's body and was absorbed by Lin Feng's soul. The heavenly star Soul Jade could absorb the essence of the moon that cultivators could not. The essence of the moon was the best nourishment for the soul, and it could greatly increase the power of the soul. As Lin Feng's soul absorbed the essence of the moon from the heavenly star Soul Jade, his soul's power of the soul quickly increased. Lin Feng had been wearing the heavenly star Soul Jade for a long time. The heavenly star Soul Jade contained an extremely shocking amount of moon essence. Every day, Lin Feng would absorb the moon essence from the heavenly star Soul Jade. His soul's power had greatly increased. Boom! Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he had the feeling that his soul had become stronger. A powerful soul's power surged out of his mind. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. His soul's level had finally broken through again, reaching the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng began to slowly familiarize himself with the powerful soul's power. The importance of soul's power to Lin Feng was self-evident. Firstly, Lin Feng was a spiritual array master and an alchemist. If he wanted to become a powerful spiritual array master or alchemist, he had to have a powerful soul's power that far exceeded the soul's power of other cultivators of the same level. This was the prerequisite to becoming a spiritual array master or alchemist. Secondly, Lin Feng had cultivated the soul killer move, small soul holding out sword. This secret soul technique could even split open the protective aura of a martial king. From this, one could tell how powerful it was. The stronger one's soul power was, the more powerful the soul miniature, sword-wielding secret technique would be. Finally, the soul was the place where a person's thoughts were generated. Some people were as intelligent as demons. They could understand many complicated things in an instant, or they could comprehend secret manuals that others could not comprehend after reading them once. Why was that? This was closely related to the strength of the soul. The stronger one's soul was, the more profound one's wisdom would be. When one understood things clearly, they would often be able to see suspicious points that others could not see. Time passed slowly. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Feng felt that his true qi had begun to become tyrannical. My Jin qi is about to transform. Lin Feng revealed a joyful expression. During this period of time, Lin Feng experienced one life and death battle after another. His cultivation was already on the verge of another breakthrough. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi, Lin Feng's strength finally broke through again. Boom! Waves of tyrannical, true qi surged in his body, as if it was about to turn into a river of true qi, surging endlessly. Lin Feng's true qi was constantly condensing and condensing. The power contained in each strand of true qi was even more powerful. The river of true qi surged in his body and flowed into every meridian. Finally, all the true qi gathered in his dantian. Lin Feng's cultivation completed the transformation in an instant. A tyrannical force exploded in his body. Lin Feng's strength increased from 15,625 dragon elephant strength to 78,125 dragon elephants strength. The strength of one dragon elephant was equivalent to the strength of 10 dragons. Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 781,250 dragons. With the 5 devouring martial spirits operating, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 396,250 dragons. This time, after breaking through to the 8th layer of the martial general realm, it could be said that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly improved. The most important thing was still the improvement of his soul. The small soul person hugged the sword and came out. This secret technique was difficult for even a 10th layer martial king realm expert to resist. After staying in Nebula Pavilion for a few days, Lin Feng, Yufan, and Han Shuo bought some necessities for entering Nebula Pavilion. When the three returned to the inn, they saw Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, Gu Jun, Gu Exan, and Sunya. You guys actually came back alive. Sunya, cried out in disbelief, but then seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I'm really happy to see you guys here." Lin Feng didn't have any bad feelings towards these people. Of course, he didn't have any good feelings towards them. He didn't have any bad feelings because it was reasonable for them to choose to leave to save their lives. After all, they weren't familiar with Yufan, so there was no need to lose their lives for someone they had just met. He didn't have any good feelings because they were teammates at that time. Leaving so decisively was really a bit hurtful. Lin Feng only felt that these people shouldn't be too close. Lan Yang and Lan Qianqian looked awkwardly at Lin Feng, Yufan, and Han Shuo. Lan Yang said, "Seeing that you guys were able to safely reach Nebula City, I'm really happy for you guys." Lan Qianqian said, "I'm really sorry about what happened back then." Yufan smiled and said magnanimously, "It's okay, it's all in the past." Yufan, you're really magnanimous. How did you guys safely reach Nebula City? Gu Exan asked curiously. Only Gu Jun's expression was gloomy, and he didn't say anything. One of his arms had been bitten off by the gold-backed giant wolf, so he only had one arm left. His entire person seemed extremely depressed and cold. Lin Feng said, "We were lucky and met a senior from Nebula Pavilion. That senior heard that we were cultivators who were going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test, so he made a move and chased those black-clothed people away. So that's how it was. You guys are really lucky. We originally thought that you guys were going to die at the hands of those black-clothed people, so we were considering whether or not we should burn some paper money for you guys." Gu Jun said with a strange tone, causing Lin Feng and the others to frown slightly. Lan Yang smiled and tried to smooth things over. Brother Lin, Brother Yu and Brother Han, where are you guys staying? We just arrived at Nebula City, so everything here is still very unfamiliar to us. If we all stay together, we can take care of each other." Lin Feng smiled faintly. He didn't want to get close to these people, but he also didn't want to alienate them. After all, when they joined Nebula Pavilion in the future, they would all be fellow disciples, so they would often bump into each other. He scratched his head and looked at Lin Feng and Yu Fan. Although he was slow-witted, he didn't have a good impression of these people in his heart. Moreover, he had always followed Lin Feng and Yu Fan's opinions. Lin Feng didn't say anything, obviously waiting for Yu Fan to express his opinion. After all, when these people left, Yu Fan must have felt a little sad in his heart. Yu Fan's reaction surprised Lin Feng. He smiled and said, "We're staying in the Azure Dragon, not far from here. When we left this morning, we saw a few guests checking out. I don't know if they've already booked a room. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 490. After a short wait, Nebula Pavilion's entrance examination finally began. Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Han Shua, Mo Xiaoxia, Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, and a dozen others headed towards Nebula Pavilion. The road was bustling with people coming and going. Every year, when Nebula Pavilion recruited new disciples, it was the most lively event. Along the way, Wu Yang, Xue Sun, Yang Yu, and the others were excitedly discussing the Nebula Pavilion entrance examination that was about to begin. They had high hopes for this examination and hoped to successfully join Nebula Pavilion. Only by joining a top force like Nebula Pavilion could they have a meteoric rise in the future and become a true expert. Nebula Pavilion was usually not open to the public, but today it was open to the public. Upon entering Nebula Pavilion, one could see layers upon layers of courtyards and enormous halls in the distance. They were built magnificently and filled with dignity. Moreover, the spirit energy within Nebula Pavilion was abundant. The density of the spirit energy here was at least 2 to 3 times that of the outside world. Song Saijia said, "I heard that Nebula Pavilion's outer courtyard also has a powerful spirit formation master who set up a spirit gathering formation. The density of the spirit energy here is about 3 times that of the outside world. This is really the best place to cultivate," Sun Yair said excitedly. Mo Xiaozong smiled and said, "Sister Ya, this is only the outer courtyard. If we can become inner disciples, then core disciples can enter Nebula Pavilion's ancestral grounds to cultivate. That place is protected by the dragon veins and is truly a cultivation, holy land. The density of the spirit energy there is at least 10 times or even dozens of times that of the outside world." Everyone immediately revealed looks of envy and yearning. After entering Nebula Pavilion, someone led everyone to a large courtyard to register. The registration process was also divided into different situations. For example, there was a registration area where there were very few people. They were all disciples of large aristocratic families, and there were at least yin-yang realm experts in their families. Disciples of small families, wandering cultivators, and some disciples of miners under Nebula Pavilion all registered separately. Currently, Lin Feng and Yu Fan were wandering cultivators. Han Shuo was a miner's child. In order to encourage the miners who worked for them, basically all villages worked for Nebula Pavilion's mines. Nebula Pavilion would reward these mining villages with a chance to participate in Nebula Pavilion's disciple examination every once in a while. The larger the population, the stronger the village was, the shorter the time limit of the quota. Some of the smaller villages might only be able to obtain one such quota every many years. Han Shua's village had been mining for Nebula Pavilion's spirit mine and had been rewarded with a test quota. Han Shua had obtained such a quota. "Are you all rogue cultivators, and the son of a miner? Sun Yair looked at Lin Feng and Yu Fan in astonishment, then glanced at Han Shuo in the distance. She couldn't help but curl her lips, a trace of disdain appearing on the corner of her mouth. Although her family was only a small one, there were a few 10th-layer Martial King experts in her family. Perhaps one day, one of their elders would break through to the Yinyang realm, and their family would be promoted to a quasi-aristocratic family. Shwe-sun said with a fake smile, "Brother Mo, it seems like you don't have a good eye for people. The identities of the people you found, TSK, there was a hint of mockery in his words. Seeing that Lin Feng and Yu Fan were rogue cultivators, Wu Yang and the others clearly distanced themselves from them. Yu Fan shook his head slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't accept this kind of thing. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. When everyone's strength wasn't strong enough, it was a competition of family background. Birds of a feather flock together. This was the logic behind it. Although Wu Yang and the others weren't disciples of any large forces, they still had a family behind them. These people also thought that they were many times more honorable than rogue cultivators, and disdained to make friends with rogue cultivators or miners' sons. Previously, when they saw that Lin Feng and the other two were recommended by Mo Xiaoxie, they thought that Lin Feng and the other two also had a powerful family behind them. But now that they knew that wasn't the case, their attitude was completely different from before. Mo Xiaoxie was slightly embarrassed and could only laugh bitterly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and waited for the people in front of him to sign up. There was no lack of snobs everywhere, especially in the world of cultivators. It was cruel to begin with. After seeing so much, one wouldn't care about the opinions and gazes of those people. In the line, Han Shuo tightly grasped the recommendation letter in his hand. His heart was excited and nervous. He was excited because he had finally arrived at Nebula Pavilion, and nervous because his future was uncertain. This recommendation letter carried the hopes of the entire village. Han Shuo told himself that he must stay in Nebula Pavilion and become a powerful cultivator. Only by becoming a powerful cultivator would he be able to protect his family and the villagers and prevent the villagers from being bullied. Han Shuo would never forget that because his village was weak, the ores they dug out were stolen by those powerful villages time and time again. Sometimes the uncles in the village would even be beaten up because they resisted. Strength, strength. Han Shuo tightly bit his lips. Next, an impatient voice sounded. "Brother, it's your turn." A youth behind him reminded him. Only then did Han Shuo come back to his senses and hurriedly thank him. Han Shuo walked to the table and handed over the recommendation letter. The person in charge of recording it was a youth who looked to be in his 20s. He was obviously a disciple of Nebula Pavilion. "Han Shuo, it's you." When the youth saw Han Shuo, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Wei Yantao." When he saw this youth, Han Shuo's expression changed slightly. This Wei Yantao was a disciple of the largest village within 100 miles of Han Shuo's village, the Wei family village. 10 years ago, the people of the Wei family village robbed the ores dug out by the Han family village. The people of the Han family village resisted, and many people were injured. Han Shuo's father also had one of his legs broken at that time and was permanently disabled. At that time, Han Shuo was only 11 years old. When he saw that his father was injured, he pounced on a youth from the Wei family village. However, how could Han Shuo be a match for that youth? After being pressed to the ground and beaten up, Han Shuo grabbed a rock and fiercely smashed it on the youth's forehead, disfiguring him on the spot. And that youth from that time was Wei Yantao. Wei Yantao had joined Nebula Pavilion for 8 years and had made some achievements. Although he hadn't seen Han Shuo for many years, he could still recognize him at a glance. Wei Yantao had never forgotten how Han Shuo had smashed his head in. Although Wei Yantao had almost beaten Han Shuo to death afterwards, he had never forgotten the hatred he felt for Han Shuo. Now that he saw Han Shuo, the corners of Wei Yantao's mouth curved into a sneer. "Looks like you've received quite a lot of spirit stones as a reward over the years. You're actually able to cultivate to the martial king realm," Wei Yantao said with a fake smile. The Han family village had accumulated more than 10 years of savings to cultivate Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't say anything. He didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing that Han Shuo was as stupid as always, Wei Yantao sneered. He took out a piece of white paper, opened the recommendation letter, and silently replaced it with a piece of white paper. Wei Yantao sneered. "Good for you, Han Shuo. You actually dared to use a piece of white paper to fool Nebula Pavilion. Who gave you the guts?" "A piece of white paper?" Han Shuo's expression changed greatly. How could it be a piece of white paper? He would read it a few times every day, and then carefully keep it close to his chest. Han Shuo shouted, "You're lying. That's a recommendation letter written by mine, Master Zhuge. It can't be a piece of white paper." "I'm lying? I'm a dignified inner disciple of Nebula Pavilion. Do I need to slander the son of a crippled miner? Look, isn't this a piece of white paper?" As he spoke, Wei Yantao fiercely slapped the piece of white paper on the table. Many people looked over and saw that it was indeed a piece of white paper. "No, it can't be. There must be a mistake. You must have swapped it. You must have swapped it." Han Shuo roared in disbelief. That recommendation letter was the hope of their entire village. Han Shuo pounced forward, wanting to get his recommendation letter back from Wei Yantao. Wei Yantao sneered. "This is Nebula Pavilion. You used a piece of white paper to fool Nebula Pavilion, and you still dare to cause trouble in Nebula Pavilion. You're simply courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yantao struck out with his palm. With a loud bang, Wei Yantao's palm ruthlessly smashed into Han Shuo's chest. Wah! Han Shuo was immediately sent flying more than 10 meters away by Wei Yantao. He spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground, his entire body twitching violently. Chapter 491. That guy must have had some grudges with Wei Yantao before, which was why Wei Yantao took care of him. That's right, that must be it. I don't believe that someone would dare to cause trouble in Nebula Pavilion with a blank piece of paper. Unless they're tired of living. Maybe Wei Yantao really did swap it. Then he can only blame it on his bad luck. Wei Yantao is now a 5th-layer martial king and became an inner disciple a month ago. His status is high and mighty. So what if he slandered that kid? He's just a miner's son. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Obviously, Wei Yantao's clumsy methods couldn't really convince them. But even if they knew that Wei Yantao was deliberately slandering, what could they do about him? This world was just so cruel. You were clearly being oppressed, slandered, and framed, but if you didn't have the strength, you could only bear it all. "Ah, give me back my recommendation letter." Han Shuo climbed up like a madman and pounced towards Wei Yantao. That was the hope of the entire village. The entire village had worked diligently and earnestly for more than 10 years just for that one recommendation letter. That was the goal that he had fought for and worked hard for. Han Shuo only wanted his recommendation letter back. "Are you courting death?" Wei Yantao sneered and kicked out with his foot. Bang! This powerful kick landed heavily on Han Shuo's abdomen, sending him flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He wanted to climb up, but Wei Yantao stepped on him. "Grandson, who do you think you are to cause trouble in Nebula Pavilion?" "Brother Feng, Han Shuo is in trouble." After hearing the conflict in the distance, Yufan ran over and squeezed through the crowd, shouting loudly, your miner friend is in trouble, but you must know your place and not get involved." Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to protect yourselves, Wu Yang said in a strange tone. Shut up. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Wu Yang. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze, Wu Yang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Xue Sun and the others initially wanted to make fun of Lin Feng, but at that moment, they had no choice but to shut their mouths. They could sense that Lin Feng was looking at them in an ice-cold way, which made their hair stand on end. Bastard, let go of Han Shuo, Yu Fan roared and pounced towards Wei Yantao. Brat, do you want to die too? Wei Yantao's expression suddenly sank. He raised his right hand and slashed at Yu Fan. Everyone felt that Wei Yantao seemed to have turned into a huge axe. That axe chopped down forcefully. It's called the axe cleave, a powerful secret technique. It's said that after successfully cultivating it, one can easily cleave a 10,000-meter-tall mountain in half. Someone cried out in alarm. The power of this axe chop was quite terrifying. Bang Yu Fan and Wei Yantao fiercely collided, and was immediately sent flying by Wei Yantao's axe chop. Get out of my way. Lin Feng squeezed through the crowd and saw the trembling Yu Fan. He asked, Fan, are you all right? I'm fine. Yu Fan shook his head. Lin Feng's gaze then turned towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was lying on the ground, his whole body twitching. His face was pale as Wei Yantao stepped on him. Anger. Lin Feng only felt a monstrous anger burning in his chest. Fuck off from Nebula Pavilion. You've angered me. I don't care what sect or power you're from. Let him go. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. Wei Yantao saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression. A martial general kid dared to jump around in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. Wei Yantao sneered and said, Is Han Shuo your friend? This guy actually used a piece of paper as a recommendation letter to trick Nebula Pavilion. He'll be sent to Nebula Pavilion's prison for trial. However, if you kneel on the ground and kowtow in his place, I'll let him go. How about it? Many of the onlookers' expressions suddenly changed. This Wei Yantao wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. That kid actually stood up for a miner's son. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Trash cultivation at the martial general realm. Even we can easily crush him to death, let alone an inner disciple of Nebula Pavilion. I wonder if this guy will really kneel on the ground and kowtow in apology. It's time to test our friendship. TSK, TSK? Wu Yang, Xue Sun, Song Saijia, and the others all looked at Lin Feng with ridicule. Mo Xiaoxia frowned slightly and said, No matter what, we've drunk at the same table before and have some friendship. Everyone has done this before. Hearing that Mo Xiaoxia was a little unhappy, Wu Yang and the others coldly snorted, but didn't say anything else. Good, very good. Lin Feng's gaze was extremely gloomy as he walked towards Wei Yantao step by step. This kid can't be thinking of fighting Wei Yantao, right? He dares to fight with a martial general cultivation. He's simply courting death. Many people cried out in alarm and shook their heads. Even though they admired Lin Feng's courage to stand up for his friend, they also felt that Lin Feng was too irrational. Wei Yantao was a martial king of the 5th celestial layer. He's really courting death. Wu Yang, Xue Sun, and the others couldn't help but sneer. This guy's cultivation is too low, but his character is not bad. The flirtatious Xue Xinqi couldn't help but mutter, Little brat, since you're courting death, I don't mind crushing you like an ant. Wei Yantao's mouth was filled with a cold smile. When Lin Feng walked over, Wei Yantao's axe chopped down again. A terrifying qi filled the air. Axe chop, not good. That kid is only a martial general. He can't possibly withstand Wei Yantao's axe chop. Yeah, Wei Yantao's axe chop. I'm afraid that kid will die. Many people cried out in alarm. In the distance, some Nebula Pavilion disciples and deacons coldly looked at the conflict with indifferent expressions. They didn't intend to interfere or uphold justice. On the contrary, they looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Wei Yantao's axe chop seemed to be able to split Mount Hua as it fiercely chopped down at Lin Feng. A terrifying qi filled the air. The terrifying fluctuations made many of the onlookers feel oppressed. Many people couldn't withstand the terrifying qi brought by the attack. Their faces turned pale as they continuously retreated. Humph! At that moment, everyone saw that Lin Feng had moved. Facing Wei Yantao's axe chop, Lin Feng punched out. A deafening boom rang out. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's punch had shattered Wei Yantao's axe chop. Then, the heavy punch and Wei Yantao's fist fiercely collided. Crack! The sound of bones cracking resounded. Wei Yantao's and Lin Feng's arms were directly broken. Even the bones were exposed. Ah! An incomparably mournful scream rang out, and Wei Yantao fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. However, the young master who had attacked had already arrived in front of Wei Yantao, and his demon-like voice suddenly resounded throughout the audience. "If you dare to touch my brother, I'll make you pay 1,000 times." Everyone saw that young man raise his right foot and stomp towards Wei Yantao's right leg. Crack! Wei Yantao's right leg was directly broken. Chapter 492. Ah! Everybody came back to their senses when they heard that horrible shriek. They were all looking at Lin Feng, astonished. How is this possible? Wei Yantao is a 5th firmament martial king. How could he not even receive a single blow? Isn't that guy at the martial general realm? How could he beat Wei Yantao half to death with a single blow? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. He. Wu Yang, Xue Sun, and the others were pale. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Thinking back to how they had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng, their expressions turned ugly. "Second brother, where did you find such a pervert? How is he so strong?" Mo Miaoling asked in shock. Mo Xiaoxia smiled bitterly. "I also didn't know Lin Feng was so strong." Shui Xinqi's eyes suddenly lit up. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a different kind of light. "Brat, you're dead. Let me tell you, your fate will be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than mine." Wei Yantao looked at Lin Feng with hatred. "You still dare to threaten me?" Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right foot and was about to kick Wei Yantao's other leg. Lin Feng was willing to sacrifice himself for his friends, but he showed no mercy to his enemies. This was Lin Feng's way of doing things. "Brat, let's see if you dare." A cold shout rang out as a few Nebula Pavilion disciples swiftly rushed over. The leader of the Nebula Pavilion disciples coldly shouted, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Facing the Nebula Pavilion disciple, Lin Feng sneered and kicked Wei Yantao's other leg. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard as the foot stomped down. Wei Yantao's second leg was also broken by Lin Feng. Ah! Wei Yantao let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted completely. He's really decisive, but he's also caused a huge disaster. Many shook their heads. From their point of view, although Lin Feng had helped Han Shuo get revenge, he had caused even greater trouble, because what he was facing was the colossus that was Nebula Pavilion. How was this going to end? "Brat, how dare you commit murder in Nebula Pavilion? You're courting death." The expression of the Nebula Pavilion disciple, who had shouted coldly just now, was extremely dark. "That's Zhou Yu, a martial king of the 7th celestial layer." "What? He's that powerful? I wonder if that brat is a match for Zhou Yu." I'm afraid he's not Zhou Yu's match at all. This Zhou Yu isn't someone ordinary people can deal with. He's in big trouble now. Some people recognized Zhou Yu's identity and immediately started discussing. Their gazes towards Lin Feng were already filled with pity. Although Wei Yantao was a martial king of the 5th celestial layer compared to a martial king of the 7th celestial layer, the difference was too great. Wanting to defeat Zhou Yu, that was too difficult. Look at what this is. Lin Feng found Han Shuo's recommendation letter on Wei Yantao's body and threw it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu sneered and said, "What is this?" Lin Feng said coldly, "Wei Yantao, this person swapped my brother's recommendation letter and instead slandered my brother for using a blank piece of paper to play tricks on Nebula Pavilion. This person's intentions are not righteous, and he publicly slandered a cultivator who came to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the exam. Shouldn't Nebula Pavilion severely punish such an evil disciple? Zhou, you didn't even look at the recommendation letter. Instead, he directly tore it to shreds." He sneered and looked towards Lin Feng. "Brat, you want to disturb people's hearts. Your crime is punishable by death." After seeing Zhou Yu tear the recommendation letter to shreds, Lin Feng took out another recommendation letter and said with a smile, "I already expected that you would refuse to admit your guilt and even destroy the evidence. That's why I only gave you a piece of paper with a list of herbs written on it. The real recommendation letter is here." As Lin Feng spoke, he waved the recommendation letter in his hand at Zhou Yu. Uffed, many people suddenly laughed. Obviously, everyone knew that Zhou Yu had just been toyed with. "You dare to lie to me?" Zhou Yu's fists were tightly clenched together. He looked at Lin Feng with an incomparably cold expression. Lie to you? If you were fair and just, would you be deceived?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're just jackals of the same tribe as that Wei Yantao. Brat, I'll take your dog life." After being toyed with by Lin Feng, Zhou Yu felt that his face had been damaged. He immediately roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Zhou Yu's cultivation was at the 7th celestial layer of the martial king realm. He was much stronger than Wei Yantao. His fist contained an extremely terrifying power. There were even waves of deafening sonic booms in the void. Zhou Yu's body also erupted with a suffocating aura. If it was before Lin Feng had broken through, it would have been very difficult for him to deal with a cultivator at Zhou Yu's level. However, after breaking through, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively. Even for Zhou Yu, it wasn't difficult. Facing Zhou Yu's attack, Lin Feng directly rushed out. The power of thunder lingered on his right hand. Lin Feng used the tyrannical thunder technique. He condensed the power of the tyrannical thunder technique on his fist and punched towards Zhou Yu. Bang! Following the sound of the collision, Lin Feng and Zhou Yu fiercely collided. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Zhou Yu flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It can't be? Heavens! Even Zhou Yu was pushed back. Zhou Yu's cultivation is at the 7th celestial layer of the martial king realm, but he was pushed back in one move. Strong, too strong. This guy must have practiced a secret technique to hide his cultivation. With his age and battle strength, he can directly become a core disciple and be heavily nurtured. But now it's impossible. He's causing trouble in Nebula Pavilion, and he wants to become a disciple of Nebula Pavilion? He's simply daydreaming. Someone sneered. It wasn't clear whether he was gloating or feeling sorry for Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped up and arrived in front of Zhou Yu in a flash. He threw a punch towards Zhou Yu. "Lord Deacon, save me!" Zhou Yu was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge. He seemed to be imprisoned in the air by a terrifying power. Seeing that the palm was about to hit him, Zhou Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy. Someone actually dares to behave atrociously in my Nebula Pavilion. Die! A cold voice suddenly rang out. A figure rushed over from the distance and appeared behind Lin Feng in a few leaps. He threw a punch towards Lin Feng. That attack contained a terrifying destructive power. The fluctuations of that power caused many people to turn pale. Someone shouted in horror. That brat is done for. It's the Deacon of Nebula Pavilion, a 10th celestial layer Martial King expert. Chapter 493, 10th Heavens of the Martial King Realm. A cultivator of this level could indeed pose a threat to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had cultivated the powerful secret art of small soul holding sword out. If he truly fought with his life on the line, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. This Nebula Pavilion Deacon's attack was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Lin Feng, his palm brazenly smashed downwards. It's about to end. I'm afraid that Brat will be killed by this palm. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people began to shout loudly. This was an attack from a 10th Heavens Martial King realm expert. How difficult would it be to dodge it? Just as the attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Swoosh! However, everyone saw an afterimage flash through the air and disappear without a trace. Lin Feng had disappeared. Such fast speed. Many people cried out in surprise. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. When danger approached, he actually managed to dodge the opponent's attack in an instant. This ability was truly shocking. After all, Lin Feng's opponent was a 10th Heavens Martial King realm expert. Bang! The Nebula Pavilion Deacon's attack did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it exploded in midair. His expression suddenly darkened. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared above him. His right leg suddenly swung, and a leg whip violently lashed out at the 10th Heavens Martial King Realm Deacon. Lin Feng's waist bent into the shape of a shrimp. Then he abruptly exerted strength from his waist. With the strength from his waist, he exploded with the most shocking attack. A strong wind whistled. Feeling the terror of this attack, the Nebula Pavilion Deacon's expression abruptly changed. He raised his hand to block. A powerful aura surged out and wrapped around his arm. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's attack ruthlessly smashed into the opponent's arm. The Nebula Pavilion Deacon's body was sent flying. However, this person was very terrifying. He easily dissolved the power of Lin Feng's leg whip. He landed on the ground, but his face was extremely gloomy. As a deacon of Nebula Pavilion, he was actually at a disadvantage in a duel with a young man. This made the deacon of Nebula Pavilion feel that he had lost face. It's LV Shurhai. He's one of the deacons in charge of registering disciples. Someone recognized the deacon's identity after seeing him clearly. The attacker looked to be in his 50s. He was skinny and had a sinister look in his eyes. Zhou Yu was lucky enough to avoid Lin Feng's attack because of LV Shurhai. However, at this moment, his face was still very pale, and he still hadn't recovered from the lingering fear. What? Are the deacons of Nebula Pavilion also unable to distinguish right from wrong? Lin Feng stared coldly at LV Shurhai. Brat, you came to my Nebula Pavilion to cause trouble, and you dare to talk about this deacon? LV Shurhai sneered. Lin Feng looked coldly at LV Shurhai. Ha ha, how laughable. Don't say that you just came here. Since you are the deacon in charge of registering information here, then let me ask you, where were you when my brother was being slandered by Wei Yantao? Where were you when my brother was being humiliated by Wei Yantao? Then where were you when Wei Yantao wanted to attack me? Where were you when Zhou Yu attacked? Do you dare to say that you didn't see it? Now that you see that Zhou Yu isn't my match, You run out and question me? I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Many people looked at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would dare to use the word shameless to describe LV Shihai. This guy's guts were too big, right? Didn't he know that this would completely offend LV Shihai? Brat, you're courting death. LV Shihai roared, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "What? Did I poke your sore spot? You're so flustered and exasperated. Good, good, good. What a sharp-tongued brat. I see that your way of doing things is incomparably ruthless. Today I'll capture you and throw you into Nebula Pavilion's prison to investigate whether or not you're a spy sent by the demonic path." LV Shihai sneered and was about to rush towards Lin Feng. "Old dog, slandering me as a demonic path spy? I see that an old dog like you can't tell right from wrong. You're the demonic path spy." Lin Feng sneered. Facing the charging LV Shihai, he wasn't afraid at all. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. It was an aura of bravery and never retreating. When the aura spread out, many of the cultivators who were close to it instantly turned pale. Aura. It's actually aura. How is this possible? How can that brat condense aura? Even an Yin Yang realm expert might not be able to condense aura. No, I've heard that some geniuses can condense aura when their cultivation is relatively low. That brat is too terrifying. He actually condensed aura so early on. His talent must be heaven-defying. I can't take it anymore. Retreat, retreat quickly. His aura is too terrifying. If we hold on a little longer, we'll all be shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Many people cried out in fear and retreated in an extremely sorry state. Wu Yang, Shui Sun, and the others all paled from the pressure of Lin Feng's aura. It wasn't until now that they realized that the Lin Feng they'd looked down on before was actually this terrifying. It was so terrifying that they could only look up to him. "You actually condensed aura." LV Shihai's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly felt terrified. This brat in front of him was too terrifying. Now that they'd already offended each other, if he didn't kill this brat, would he seek revenge in the future? When he thought about that, LV Shihai's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to condense his battle strength and kill Lin Feng, but LV Shihai was astonished to find out that under the pressure of force, his own strength was being suppressed by Lin Feng's force. "Then I'll use a secret soul technique and directly destroy this brat's soul." LV Shihai's face was filled with a ferocious smile. Nebula Pavilion specialized in soul techniques, so it was normal for LV Shihai to know them. "This guy wants to kill me. It seems like he wants to scheme against me. Is he going to use a secret soul technique?" Lin Feng's heart jumped, and he couldn't help but sneer. Competing in soul techniques, he believed that LV Shihai's secret soul technique wouldn't be able to block his attack. Lin Feng also started using a secret soul technique. Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time, using their secret soul techniques. Their secret soul techniques fiercely collided. Ah,